Good evening. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Orange County Education together tonight. And we will start by motion. I need a motion to go into closed session for reasons so stated on the agenda.
Motion to go into closed session?
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second? Second. Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Aston. All right, we will move into closed session and be back shortly. Good evening, everyone, and thank you for your patience. I'd like to call this meeting of the Board of Education for December the 9th to order, and we will start with the public charge, which I will read. The Orange County Board of Education pledges to its citizens to conduct its business in a courteous and productive manner, showing respect for fellow board members, staff, and citizens. The board asks its citizens to conduct themselves with the same courtesy toward both school personnel and each other. A moment of silence will be observed before each meeting. In addition to the moment of silence, the board will recite the Pledge of Allegiance. The board asks that you check your cell phones and other electronic devices to be certain that they are either turned off or on vibrate to avoid interruption of this meeting. And at this time, we will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. And now we will observe a moment of silence. Okay, thank you very much. All right, we have several recognitions that we will move into tonight. First one being Special Education Day. And I see our Special Education Director, Ms. Burns, right there. So, welcome.
Welcome. Good evening. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to speak today in recognition of Special Education Day. This day is a chance for us to come together and reflect on the value that special education brings to our schools, our students, and our community as a whole. The foundation of Special Education Day lies in the Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, or IDEA, a landmark law ensuring that students with disabilities have the right to a free and appropriate public education. IDEA emphasizes the importance of meeting the unique needs of each student, providing individualized support, and ensuring that students with disabilities are included in a general education environment wherever possible. Special Education Day honors this commitment and recognizes the collective efforts required to fulfill IDEA's promise to our schools. We celebrate the achievements of our students who receive special education services, and we acknowledge the hard work of their families, teachers, related service providers, and instructional assistants, along with our support staff. These individuals put in countless hours, often navigating unique challenges with dedication and resilience. Every success, whether big or small, is a testament to the power of patience, persistence, and partnership. At its core, Special Education Day is about equity. It's about ensuring that every student, regardless of their abilities or needs, has access to an education that respects their potentials and supports their growth. For each child, it's about nurturing their strengths, meeting their needs, and building a foundation for lifelong learning and independence. But reaching this goal doesn't happen by chance. It requires commitment, investment in our educators, equipping our classrooms, and fostering a culture where all students feel they belong. As we celebrate, we also are reminded of the work still ahead of us. We must continue advocating for resources, training, and support necessary to provide each student with the quality education they deserve. In closing, I'd like to thank you all for your ongoing support of special education, the support of special education in our schools. Together, we are building a community where every student is valued, included, and empowered to succeed. Let us keep working together to ensure our schools are places where all students have an opportunity to thrive. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. Okay, up next, we have recognition for New Hope Elementary School. I think Dr. Lanier is going to lead that.
Good evening. It is an honor and a privilege to recognize the distinguished, strategic, and instructional servant leader of New Hope Elementary School, Dr. Meredith Mayer. A little-known secret, before she was a principal at New Hope, she was my assistant principal for 2 years at Brogdon Middle School, and we did amazing work together. To this day, hiring her has been the second best decision I have ever made in my professional career. Listening to Dr. Jones is my first. Because of her visionary leadership, New Hope Elementary School was honored for closing the achievement gap between student groups with the National ESEA Distinguished Schools Award. And as a reminder, New Hope is currently in the top 2% in the state out of 2,593 schools for student growth, earned an EVOS index of 7.15, is currently ranked 9th out of all elementary schools in the state, and 3rd among all elementary schools in the Triangle. So to say that Dr. Mayer is a rock star is not even putting it into words. I'm very, very proud of you. I'm proud to call you my colleague, and I'm proud of all that you are doing for the students in Orange County Schools, specifically in New Hope Elementary. So go Voyagers. So please, everyone, stand to your feet and give a round of applause to Dr. Mayer.
To you and your school for all your accomplishments. Okay, up next, we have the NCSBA Bell Award for this entire board, I believe, and Mr. McCoon is going to tell us about that.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening, Board Chair Purcell, Vice Chair Richmond, Superintendent Jones, members of the public. It's my pleasure tonight to present a recognition to the board. So on behalf from the North Carolina School Boards Association, they're proud to present the School Board of Orange County a whole board recognition. This honor is given to school boards when every member of the board has earned training credit hours during the previous academic year. The Bell Award is given at 2 levels. A Gold Bell Award is given for all members who have earned at least 12 hours of training between July 1st, 2023 and June 30th, 2024. And a Silver Bell Award is given when all members of the board have earned some training during that time period. Tonight, on behalf of the North Carolina School Board Association, I present to our board a Silver Bell Award for your work last year. And I will keep this at King Street. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. McCoon. Okay, next we have agenda adoption. Do I have a motion to adopt our agenda for this evening?
So moved. Second.
All in favor?
Not gonna put the IV.
To what? Well, Mr. Atherton, do we have your vote as well?
Yeah.
You did.
Yes,
Okay,
aye.
I didn't hear it. I'm sorry.
Okay, sorry.
But, Madam Chair, we do want to pull policy 4150. When we
Okay,
get to that portion, we just want to share a couple of updates to the board for that
Okay.
policy before it's approved.
and we will move that into the discussion action before the school spot assignment. Is that what we,
Yes, ma'am, that's fine. It shouldn't take long. Yes,
okay.
ma'am.
All right, this is, okay. Is the board okay with that? Okay, all in favor again with that change? Aye. Okay, Mr. Atherton?
Yes, I'm sorry, I don't know why y'all
Okay.
couldn't hear me.
I did not make it a motion, I just asked if everybody was in favor of that. So I'll make a motion that we remove policy for, what is it, 51?
4150.
4150, and discuss it as action item A under discussion. And we have,
So
okay, all in favor?
Is that what you wanted? So
Yeah.
moved, yes.
Okay, so all in favor of doing that? All right. Mr. Atherton?
Yes.
Yes, okay. All right, that's where we will move that policy then. Okay, at this time, we move into public comment. And Mr. Richmond, you have that
All right.
in front of you.
We will now hear public comments. Speakers will be called in the order in which they signed up. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Yielding time to other speakers is not permitted. If a speaker has written materials they'd like to share, please hand them to our board clerk, Franklin McCune, and he will distribute them to the board. The purpose of public comment is for the board to hear from members of the public, not to engage in back and forth discussions. Per our policy, board members will not respond to speakers during the public comment session. The board greatly values public feedback and welcomes all comments, regardless of viewpoint. However, please be reminded that children are often present at these meetings and that our public comment policy prohibits profanity, vulgarity, and personal abuse of any person. We ask that all comments be civil, respectful, and free of personal attacks. Any speaker who violates our public comment period or otherwise exceeds the bounds of order or decorum will be given a warning. Continued violations may result in the speaker being ruled out of order, at which point we will move on to the next speaker. Our first speaker tonight is Bob Fowler.
Thank you so much for allowing me to speak. My name is Bob Fowler, Director of Child Evangelism Fellowship of North Carolina. We sponsor the Good News Club, a nurturing, welcoming, privately sponsored after-school enrichment club with an emphasis on good character. It's taught from a Christian biblical perspective. Attendance is free. Children may only attend with written permission from their parents. Good News Clubs have been provided immediately after school in Orange County for the last 17 years. Our curriculum relates directly to North Carolina character statutes, which require that schools teach principles of character: responsibility, respect, kindness, courage, integrity, self-discipline, and perseverance. All these qualities are taught in the Good News Club curriculum. Our concern is that even with our excellent working relationship the last 17 years with many principals, teachers, and parents wanting us in the schools, these clubs have been stopped. It started out when we came to a meeting to work on this year's custodial fees, and the superintendent said that we could no longer meet directly after school because our teachers could not be around other non-Good News Club children. We're also concerned about people being around the children. All of our staff and volunteers are national criminal sex offender background checked. Most have been background checked already through the school system as school volunteers. We brought the superintendent to their attention that there are other great community nonprofit groups like Girls on the Run, offering other activities at no charge to children immediately after school, and that they are still being allowed to meet. And that the Supreme Court requires the schools to treat Good News Clubs equally with other community nonprofits in the ruling of Good News Club versus Milford Central School District, June of 2001. Rather than allowing these great services to our children and their families, they were given the same stop instructions. Reviewing school district policies 5030 and 5035, Orange County Schools is committed to a position of neutrality in matters of religion, and that they shall not discourage religion, but they shall promote an understanding of religious diversity, encourage a spirit of brotherhood, and cultivating harmony, maintaining neutrality. The board encourages the use of school facilities and grounds by the community for educational, recreational, civic, cultural activities to the extent possible under district laws and regulations. So we believe that this discrimination against Good News Clubs directly violates your school board policy. Our volunteers devote hours, materials, out of pocket, because we love these children. We want these children to learn good character and be good citizens. We respectfully request a reconsideration and ask that you allow again all community groups, regardless of religious viewpoint, to meet directly after school to serve these children, their families, and yes, our community. We ask for your consideration.
Thank you.
The next speaker is David O'Quinn.
Good evening, board members and Dr. Jones. My name is David O'Quinn, and I am here as a Good News Club volunteer leader, and most of all, a 50-year-plus Orange County resident and Orange County taxpayer, who is very concerned about the recent implemented policy from the school superintendent regarding our after-school clubs. First, I attended and graduated from Orange County schools, have two sons who attended and graduated from Orange County schools, and have two grandchildren, one of which currently attends Orange Middle. Like many of the volunteers, as a parent and grandparent, I've regularly volunteered with Orange County schools during sporting events, field trips, fundraisers, etc., and as many did, homeschooled their children, grandchildren during COVID, working with teachers and staff, supporting them when schools were closed. This all done with no objection from teachers, principals, or other leadership. Secondly, Good News Clubs have been consistently a part of Orange County schools for grades K through 5 for many years, one club for over 17 years. These clubs have vetted volunteers consisting of teachers, retired teachers, church leaders, Orange County employees, parents, and even a Orange County deputy, a retired Orange County deputy. Safety is of the utmost importance for our clubs. We are and have been supported by the principals, staff, and parents at these schools. Our weekly meetings consist of songs, stories, and games that promote respect, honesty, initiative, compassion, self-discipline, patience, and love for others, along with a mission story, Bible lesson, and a snack at the end of each club meeting. This type of teaching would cost the county upwards of $20,000 per semester. I believe that all would agree we need more of this taught in our schools today. With all of this, we are committed in helping students to be the best that they can be. Thirdly, beginning with the 24-25 school year, our clubs have not been able to continue the school facilities or at the school facilities as they have in prior years due to the new policy implemented by the superintendent. The new policy states to use the school facilities, our clubs must begin on or after 6 p.m. Up until this school year, our start time has been time of dismissal. And we have also been prohibited from using Peach Jar, the school system's suggested way of communication for non-school sponsored clubs and events to reach parents, students. This policy has disproportionately prevented and hindered many students from attending and being part of our clubs. Some of these students have been members for many, many years. Lastly, as a concerned parent and grandparent and Good News Club leaders, I request that the board and Dr. Jones reconsider the change this current policy going forward to benefit all involved. I would welcome and respectfully request a meeting with the school board or any school board member or Dr. Jones to answer any questions or concerns you may have. I would also welcome and invite each of you to attend one of our club meetings to gain more information and see what they are all about. Thank you for your time tonight.
Thank you.
Next speaker is David Godfrey.
Thank you, and believe me, I'm out of my comfort zone, so just bear with me. I was at home last night thinking of what I could possibly say that would help get the Good News Club going back again at the end of school day, instead of moving it into 6 o'clock. So I stand here tonight representing no less than 4 generations that have been involved with Orange County schools. First, my mom worked for the school system for over 30 years. I and my brothers and sisters graduated from Orange. My 3 children all graduated from OHS. And now I have 5 grandchildren in the Orange County school system. So yes, I am for the Good News Club, but it's more than that. I got some comments, so just bear with me, don't cut me off. So yes, I'm for the Good News Club, but it's more than that. When I was about the 4th or 5th grade, I can remember my brother coming home saying, I'm just seeing if any kids here, I don't want to offend anyone. So I was about 4th or 5th grade. I can remember my brother coming home saying something like, they stabbed him, they stabbed him. And then I was thinking, what if What if they had a Good News Club back in the early 70s? What if the ones involved had been in a Good News Club back then? The outcome could have been a lot different. So that was over 50 years ago. But more recently, when our daughter was a junior at Orange Senior High, someone fired shots at the school from the student parking lot. Fortunately, there were no injuries. So again, I thought, what if? What if they had a Good News Club back in the early 2000s? What if these students had an opportunity to attend? Because at the Good News Club, we teach more than the Bible. We teach character traits. We teach about bullying and other subjects. So now is a great opportunity to say, I'm glad we had the Good News Club in our school system, instead of saying, what if we had the Good News Club? Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Brad Williams.
Board members, Dr. Jones, thank you for this opportunity, and I'd like to thank you for your commitment, your efforts to provide safety to our children and a good, sound education. Thank you so very much. As I stand before you, a verse of scripture comes to mind, 2 Timothy chapter 1, verse 7. God hath not given us a spirit of fear, but of power and of love and of a sound mind. As I stand before you tonight, I have 110 years of public school education. My mother retired a public school teacher. My great aunt was my 5th grade school teacher. She retired public school teacher. My dad's 2 sisters, my Aunt Judy and Aunt Diane, retired school teachers. I heard their voices, and their voices helped me make choices. Their influence in my life as a 56-year-old man is still etched in my soul and my mind. To my right, we have 139 years of teaching experience, of volunteers that want to invest in the hearts and lives of children. Our desire is to teach love and respect, that all were created equal, that we were created in the image of God, and that we're to love one another. And as a community, we work together. We don't shut each other out. We pull together as a community. As our state just got hit with a horrible hurricane, and our state has come together and citizens have joined hands to help one another. And that's what North Carolina is about. That's what America's about. And we appreciate the opportunity to be in the school system. And we desire to teach them truth. We desire to teach them love. And we want to come alongside the teachers as those teachers came alongside my life for all those years. And all those years of experience are to provide a future for our children, that they may know Jesus Christ as their Savior, and that they may have peace in their heart and joy. And at Christmas time, they can understand the real meaning of Christmas and the joys of peace that God has towards all men. Thank you.
Next speaker is Jackie O'Quinn.
Thank you, and I appreciate your time and listening. I am not a speaker either, so just like Mr. Godfrey said, bear with me. I'm here in support of the Good News Club in our elementary schools. I've lived in Orange County for over 45 years. My children, my grandchildren, all have attended Orange County Public Schools. I want the best for my grandchildren, I am sure as well as you would. I want them to have as many opportunities as they can have to develop into good people. Good News Clubs offers children the ability to learn and grow by building on character lessons, teaching them to serve in their communities and to help others. The very meaning of Jesus' ministry was to love, forgive, and to serve. Please allow parents and grandparents of Orange County school children to make the vital decisions for their families to allow them to attend Good News Clubs in our public schools. How many things today can you say that are truly free? The Good News Club is, and it gives so much more than what you could ever buy. Thank you for your time, and I respectfully ask that you reconsider the current policy that was recently established that prevents our club, as well as other community clubs, from meeting immediately after school, as we have done for the past 17 years. I pray for you and your families, and especially for our precious children. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Craig Carter.
Thank y'all for serving, but I like the tie. Well, I'm an Orange County educated kid. I've been here all my whole life. My father before him, my father before him, and my father before him. My father went to high school here. So I know a little bit about Orange County education. But I'd like to tell you a story about a little boy named David, went to school with. Little David was a kid that kind of got in trouble a lot, you know what I mean? But we took him to camp that summer. Now, little David, when he pulled his shirt off, it looked like somebody had shot him in the back with buckshot. Little David, if he brought home a failing grade, got a cigarette burnt in his back. And that's the way his father done him. And I think the new Good News Club could help someone like that. Just want somebody to love on a little child. Other one is a girl. Her name's Denise. She went to Orange County schools. Carl Fox interviewed her father and her in the same room about sexual misbehavior. She could have used the Good News Club. She needed somebody to love her. And I know standards are different now than they were when I was young. You got to prove something very hard back then. But today, we don't put up with nobody abusing one of our children. I don't care what religion you are. I don't care if you're an atheist, you don't abuse children. And I thank you for your time. I thank you for serving. And I pray that you do the right decision about clubs. And I think all of them are needed, not just one, all of them. Thank y'all.
The next speaker is Justin Bullock.
Thank you for letting me speak this evening. Appreciate y'all having us. Come to you tonight as a Orange County Schools graduate, class of 2001. In attendance tonight, I have my assistant principal, Miss Purcell, which I did not realize. Hope I was a good kid. And I have my first grade teacher. My, how things have changed. Also, I come to you as a current taxpayer. I humbly come to you asking you to reconsider your limits on the Good News Club. As I was prepping for the speech tonight, the acronym TEAM came to mind. Together, everyone achieves more. Working together makes us stronger and makes us more productive young men and young women. Without Ms. Purcell and Ms. Champion's guidance, along with the teamwork of my parents, working together, it's no telling where I'd be today. Due to current restraints, we are unable to reach those less fortunate communities that would otherwise be willing to come. I'm sure Sheriff Blackwood and all the SROs at the schools would welcome any help and support any teaching character concepts, and hopefully head off any trouble down the road would be a welcome thing. Nor you nor I can do this alone. We have to work together. I've been in healthcare for over 20 plus years now. Healthcare is my life. I see a lot of things, do a lot of things. When you get a cancer diagnosis, one thing you want is a cancer support program that helps you get through the darkest times, get through the darkest hours, and you have those to support you and around you. And that's what we want to offer, is the character development and support of those children, positive impacts on their lives of the boys and girls. I'll close with this. In 1993, Jim Valvano started the Foundation for Cancer Research. I'm sure we're all aware, we watch basketball. Whether you're state, Duke, we all believe the same. We're all individuals. He won an ESPY that year, and in his acceptance speech, he so proudly said these words, "Cancer may take my life, but it cannot take my fight." Don't give up. Don't ever give up. And that's what we are asking for in this meeting, is a chance to make a difference, to partner with you guys, to make a difference in the lives of these young boys and girls. We will never turn our backs on you, the board, on you, the superintendent, on anybody in this room. We love open dialogue, and thank you for your time. Jude 22, and some having compassion, making a difference. I hope you all have a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Millie Hanneman.
Good evening. Thank you, Chairman Purcell and Board and Dr. Jones. Thank you for the chance to speak. I'm a mom, I'm a PTO member, I'm a taxpayer and a voter, and I'm a Good News Club leader. We have been at Central leading the Good News Club there since about 2012. And we have found that it's much easier to support Central when we are weekly in the building. We're often seen coming in with pizzas for teachers or fruit trays or whatever's needed, because it takes a community to take care of our children. And we're grateful for your dedication and the time and the effort that you've put into taking care of our children. My actual physical child is a young adult now, and he left Central, and we often say we didn't. So we went from running science club, and when they became a STEM school and didn't need science club, we started leading Good News Club. One of the important things is that as a community member, I have been welcomed into Central during the day when students are there to proctor, to be on quality assurance team, to provide a lunch break for teachers, do field trips, classroom volunteer, whatever is needed. I'm a little perplexed that now as a Good News Club leader, I'm told that they don't want us in the school at the same time as children that are not in Good News Club. We do want to connect the churches and the school so that as part of Good News Clubs, we want to connect churches to be there to support our schools. One church used to come and bring pizza for every PTO meeting, free pizza for the whole school. And we found that's how you get parents there, you feed them. We want to be there to support the schools and to support the teachers. We often work with teachers when a child has a behavioral problem. We address that in club. We teach the children that they are deeply, deeply loved, but that also means that everyone they see is deeply loved and deserving of respect and courtesy, and so that goes to the whole school. We know when a teacher is sick because the children will bring up prayer requests for their teacher, and so we find out when something's going on in the school that needs attention or care because the children care about their teachers, and they want us to pray for them. It's a beautiful thing. Thank you for the time we have been at Central since 2012, and thank you for letting us have Good News Club there all these years. We ask that you bring us back into the schools right after school so that we can support all these children and the staff as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Speaker is Connor Williamson.
Good evening. Thank you for your time. I am Connor Williams. I'm a resident here in Orange County and also a supporter of the Good News Club. And it's no secret to all of us that our nation is in a crisis. when it comes to the drug epidemic or the teen suicide rate, gang violence in our schools, our children, it's no wonder many of them feel like there is no hope. And we appreciate all that the Orange County school system does for our children. But we believe, as parents and as grandparents of these children, that it is our duty, our responsibility to come alongside and assist in this never-ending and overwhelming job. And at the Good News Club, we teach these children character qualities, life lessons that will help them in the future cope with these things. Character qualities such as obedience in the classroom, trying to help our teachers, and loyalty, friendship, things that they will use the rest of their life. We appreciate your time. We believe this at the Good News Club. If we can give hope to one child, then we strengthen that classroom. And if we strengthen that classroom, we can strengthen our community. Now, I would ask you to reconsider or consider appealing the policy that was implemented that has made it nearly impossible for us to be in the Good News Club and the after-school program. And I ask you to do this for one reason, that we can give hope to one more child. Thank you for your time. Good evening.
The next speaker is Kelly Suttles.
Hello, good evening, school board members, Dr. Jones, parents, teachers, staff, everyone gathered here tonight. I would like to speak tonight about the consequences of the Parents' Bill of Rights. This was passed about a year and a half ago by the state legislature. 1 in 4 girls and 1 in 20 boys are sexually abused as children in the United States, and 90% of these children know their abuser. I know this is difficult to hear, but one of the best ways to prevent child sexual abuse is to provide evidence-informed prevention education. Orange County schools have been providing excellent instruction through the Safe Touch program. Each year, materials have been sent home, and I found them to be informative and entirely age-appropriate for my elementary school children. This year, I was surprised when parents were asked to opt in to the program that had been provided to everyone in the past. Parents in the audience will understand that we get a lot of email from our teachers, administrators, and the district, and it's hard to keep up with sometimes. So it's no surprise that far fewer children received this prevention program this year. So that had me asking why this change was made. I inquired, and I learned that the school district had to make the program an opt-in program rather than opt-out, as it was in the past, because of the Parents' Bill of Rights. You may recall that any discussion of sexuality has been banned for children younger than 5th grade. So in their efforts to create a solution to a problem that did not exist, the North Carolina legislature has made our children more vulnerable to sexual abuse. I sent a version of this statement to Greg Meyer and Renee Price, our Orange County representatives, as well as Senators Amy Gailey, Lisa Barnes, and Michael Lee, who were the primary sponsors of the bill. I hope that many of you here will be moved to let the legislature know what a grave mistake they made. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next speaker is Vicki Hill.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone, the board, Superintendent Jones, the parents in the audience, and members of the community. You are in a role to help secure the future of democracy by helping prepare young people to be educated, engaged voters. Voter education is one of my key interests. I observe the Board of Elections meetings and report on them, and I'm a community member that is engaged with extensive voter education efforts in Hillsborough proper. Outside of the schools, Orange County is noted for its efforts in voter education and registration at both ends of the county. It may not be apparent, but it is when you look at the voter registration results. The first thing I want to do is give you a pop quiz, and I don't want you to raise your hand or anything. Just write it down on something. because this is just to raise awareness. What is the correct answer to one of these three questions? A young person can pre-register to vote at 16, they can register to vote at 17, or they can register to vote when they're 18 in North Carolina. 16, 17, or 18 in North Carolina. Okay? It's pre-registered to vote at 16. North Carolina is one of 50 states that allows 16-year-olds to pre-register to vote. What that does, it gets them in the voter pool so that they will automatically get a reminder when they turn 17, and when they're 18 on general election, they can vote. When they're 17, if they turn 18 at the general election, they can vote in the primary that year at 17. Now, what election do we have at the primary? So one of the things that happens as we do voter registration and education is we find out people aren't familiar with the election law, like needing to know our social security number. Some of the voters who are involved with this 60,000 voter recount are there because they didn't provide their social security number, which was part of a law that came through in '23. There were 5 voters, young voters, who showed up this year, and they thought they had registered, but they hadn't. So there's a lot of voter education that needs to be done, and these groups that do it countywide are there to help people answer questions to themselves, that they've got a plan to vote and everything's crossed. Some of us in the community have longed to learn of voter registration efforts in the high school. Now, we know that the Division of Motor Vehicles is an option, so is the Department of Social Services, and they both automatically ask the question, do you want to register to vote? But just think, when did you learn your social security number? So those youth who go to get their driver's license, they also have to provide their social security number. This is something, when they get the voter application, that they're going to need to fill out. So if they go to the principal's office to get a voter registration form, they're not going to know that they need their social security number. This year in November, 67% of the students in Orange County School District voted.
Ms. Hill, I'm sorry to interrupt. I don't know if you're aware.
Time? What?
Yeah.
Where?
Time is out.
Oh, thank you.
I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next speaker will be Anita Thompson.
Good evening to board members, Dr. Jones, to everyone here. It's a blessing just to be standing in the building on such a time as this. And as I come as a resident of Orange County for, it seemed like 100 years, but it's only been 77. I have seen it all. I've been able to be a witness for many of the things that have transpired. But I come here mainly just to speak about something that's dear to my heart, and that's the Good News Club. I speak about it because there are so many benefits I think that we may be missing about concerning our children and need for them to be there at the school. I'm not going to preach to you, but I will deliver to you what's in my heart. Proverbs 22:6 says, train up a child in the way he should go, and when he is old, he will not depart from it. We are at war right now as a society, as people who are called by God. We're at war not with guns and bullets, not with handcuffs tied behind us or having us chained down, but we're at war because we are fighting the survival of a great commodity in this land. That commodity truly are our children. They're important to me. I love them dearly. I have been a member of the Good News Club since 2013. In the beginning, when I walked in and saw that the first thing all of them needed was nothing but love. And sometimes love is not easily obtained at home. So there's something in our heart that says we must be able to give back to them what I believe God or someone has given to us. We're at war, waging wars in many directions against drugs, against all type of vices and evil that possess this land. I believe our children must hear what's good because the morality is missing. And even if it's missing in a home, it must be shown in the school. We have a great school district, one of the best. I went to Orange County schools. All of my children went, and now my grandson attends school. And he loves it every day. When we leave home, we pray. Everyone is not given that opportunity to have someone pray. I don't pray for him. He prays with me and says what is on his mind. I know that comes from taking the time to making him fully aware that he has a great life to live and making sure that every person he touches, every person he meets, every teacher that he's engaged with is one that he feels a love boundary with. One of the things that I find is very hard for me to deal with as a grandmother and as a parent is the fact that there are so many children, so many babies that are in school, and they've been taken care of. They've been governed by their grandparents. Grandparents don't have the opportunity. I'm a grandparent, y'all, 70 years old. I can't hardly see at night. So at 6 o'clock, it's a journey. Sometimes trying to get from one destination to the other. So when I pick him up at 2:30, I try to make sure that I'm back home at least by 5:30. There are so many parents and grandparents that are working and they cannot afford the transportation of children moving from one location at 2:30 from school to another location and then finding someone to return them to back to school at 6 or even to another location. Mainly because it's expensive and it's something that's called humanity within us that we must be willing to share and give back. I know that's not your problem, but guess what? Our children are our concerns, and whatever you can provide for them in love and transportation and whatever you see, I beg of you, I guarantee you, if you give for them, you will see a greater blessing coming back to you. Thank you for this brief moment to speak. I praise God for you and for everything that you're doing in respect of our children. Thank you.
The next speaker is Carrie Hamill.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Hamill, and I am here with concerns about educational inadequate programs, services, and supports reaching children with disabilities here in the school district. I'm proud to be here on National Special Education Day, but it's really the other 364 days that I'm here to ask you to provide many, many more resources. It gives me great concern that there are 6 schools listed on the 22-23 additional targeted support needed for students with disabilities. That includes 3 of the middle schools and 3 of the elementary schools. I have some specific requests that I would ask this board to implement. One is that this board engage in public monitoring at meetings of the school improvement plans for all of the schools that are supposed to be educating these children. And that happen on a rotating basis monthly. Second, that this board rapidly choose to ask for restraint and seclusion data, as well as contact with students that does not qualify as being appropriate restraint and seclusion for children with disabilities. 3, I ask that at every work session for every subject moving forward, that there be included public comment. I might be a little rash tonight. If you take a moment and look at the public-facing materials on the EC program update tonight, it totals 7 slides. 2 of them are cover pages, the cover and the back logo, and 1 is, do you have questions? That's only 4 slides of information. I hope tonight will include information of what it takes to qualify to be an at-targeted school and what sort of outcomes are happening for those children. I must also end on a hopeful note. We are incredibly lucky in this school district to have a superintendent who is a math teacher. I'm not ready yet to ask her to be teaching math, but it could be coming. We have in leadership a very successful, a very recent successful principal who is joining the excellent other principals and teachers and staff in this school district. And I also got to see, I didn't know she was the EC director, but I got to see her at work tonight. We're lucky here. I'm hopeful.
Thank you.
And our final speaker for tonight is Allison Mahaley.
Good evening, Board. I would like to start by thanking you from the bottom of my heart for changing your school facilities use policy and keeping Good News Clubs from meeting directly after school. I came before this board in 2015 to warn you about the Good News Club and their agenda. They're part of a vast network that is affiliated with the Child's Evangelical Program, and they're part of a vast network that is working to bring Christian nationalism to the United States. What I wanted to speak to you about tonight was about HB 10, and I think that this is relevant. I was planning to only speak about the part of HB 10 that has to do with ICE detainers and what that will do to our students in our public schools, where there are sheriff's officers in every one of our schools. But given all of this talk about the Good News Club, I think it's important for us to talk about the other part of HB 10, which is the voucher part of that, and how many millions of dollars are now going to go toward religious schools that are unaccountable to me as a taxpayer. Those are my taxpayer dollars that are going to go to religious schools to indoctrinate children in Christian beliefs and that system of religion, which is fine. Parents can have that option of sending their children to Christian schools, and now the law is that they can use vouchers to do that. But I don't believe that our public schools should participate in that kind of indoctrination and that kind of evangelical perspective that they train these children to have in the Good News Club. So thank you for that change in policy. I hope you will look into it further. I gifted the entire school board the book by investigative reporter Catherine Stewart called The Good News Club back in 2014. So those might be laying around where you are, or I'm happy to give you a new copy of it. Regarding the other part of HB 10, I just have a few questions that I would like to leave you with. One, how are you considering the implications of these new realities of the promise of mass deportation and of the ICE retainers that are coming with HB 10? How are you considering those implications for our students? Before you renew the MOU with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, will you consider the risk versus benefits in every single school that have law enforcement officers in every single school, every single day? And before you renew the MOU, will you take the time to hear from your constituents about our concerns about having officers in schools and what we want you to do, not only to protect our children, but to provide them with a small amount of peace of mind that their schools won't participate in targeting them? Thank you.
And that concludes our public comment session.
Okay, thank you to everyone that's here tonight. Next, we have board comments. Ms. Padilla, do you have any comments?
Oh, I get to go first.
I'm going to let you go first.
You always start over
tonight.
there.
I'm going to let you go first.
Oh, okay. Well, thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you for being here and all your comments. We've had a busy month. I participated on the Veterans Day celebration at OC Veterans Memorial. I went to the Family Academy and learned, supported how, I really enjoyed how parents learn how they can support their children and what their rights are with the 504s and the IEPs. I attended the Cedar Ridge Voyager Children Planet Earth. That was amazing. It was all put by the students. I was a little surprised that I went first, so I wasn't quite ready, even though I did my notes. I also attended the Reality of Money at Al Stambach, where children at that school got to learn how money works and how parents, it's basically financial literacy, which I think it's very interesting, and we need to have more of that in our schools so children can learn, because not all parents are able to teach their children about financial literacy. I attended the Fall Law Conference webinar, and also I participated on the parade. I want to do a shout out to all the people that worked to get us all out there. It was beautiful, the bus, and we had our own Santa, which was phenomenal, and we had a cool bus. Let's see, I also participated on the Village Circle with Representative Price and Commissioner Earl McKee. If anybody wants to know about how you can help in your community in learning about what funds are out there to help families to have more funds for power or other needs, you can email me. And lastly, I want to say that it is unfortunate what is happening at 16 West Jones Street with the voucher and the HB 10. As a member of the community, I just want to say that this time, this holiday season, we should all come together and embrace the entire community and accept everyone for who we are and support each other. What I have as a gift for you this holiday season and always is compassion, hope, and that is my gift to you. Love always, every year, and I hope that is instilled in you this holiday season. When someone in our community hurts, we all hurt. So just think about that and have a great holiday.
Thank you, Ms. Padilla.
I'll keep it pretty brief. The parade was excellent. And thank you to Mr. Albert and to, I think, Ms. Morris was the one who did a lot of the other planning. So very well planned. Like, people were clearly like very excited to see the little OCS contingent, as well as all the individual schools. I love seeing more of them participating. So fabulous. Next year, we'll just have more candy because I ran out before the end of the parade. Okay, a couple of other things. It's been like a whole month. So in November, I had a great visit to Orange High School. I want to thank Mr. Johnson for taking me around and showing me some different classrooms. I got to, one that was exciting was sort of a setup that they're doing with, I believe, the ESL teacher and the science classrooms, where they're doing some like alternating for the English language learners to try to integrate those and help students be able to access more of the science language. That was really cool. Went to the School Board Association conference as well. And also went to the climate, I'm our representative on the Climate Council, which really only meets twice a year, but just wanted to share a couple of updates there. We talked about some of the successes and obstacles so far in terms of tackling climate change in Orange County. And some of the successes that came up were some of the school solar projects, the electric buses that we will be getting at some point to be determined. And then the school bond is like just a general opportunity for that. And then one of the other topics was also just talking about how we're engaging youth in climate action across the district. So we talked about some of the things that are happening now. What are some of the obstacles to engaging youth in participating in more different ways, and where were some of our opportunities? So hopefully there will be more to come from that. Each of the towns that participate in the county all have their own sort of like climate action plans where they're trying to make various changes. And so they named a number of opportunities for kids, but it seems to me that there's even more opportunity there. So hopefully more to come.
Ms. Doyle?
Thank you for everyone who was here tonight and shared their comments. There's been so much going on in the past month, and there's some school things I haven't been able to get to, so I was happy about the ones I was able to get to. I enjoyed a fall festival at Orange Middle School, and fifth grade musical at Pathways Elementary. I also was glad that the Voyager show came back to Cedar Ridge because I was able to see it the second time around, and shout out for their success, as well as IB night at Cedar Ridge High School this past week, and a really neat math night at Hillsborough Elementary where they had a whole network of high school students participating in and running activities in different rooms. So we're just really excited about all the ways our individual schools reach out to the community. And I know that takes a lot of effort. And it means, staff staying late and putting all this extra effort into that type of event. So I'm just really thankful for all the community building that's happening at our schools.
Thank you. Mr. Atherton?
Thank you. Thanks, everyone, for coming out to speak. We really appreciate you sharing your thoughts and concerns. So, as Minnie mentioned, a few concerts, the choral concerts. It's always wonderful to hear our students and see how much progress they make and, engaging our community. The IB night, wonderful to hear the success of our students, see their projects, understand how we're doing critical thinking, preparing them for college or whichever program they would like. Also attended the Family Academy on the EC rights. Thank you, Ms. Burns, for doing that. Multiple school visits. I'm not going to list them all, but one of the things that I did really appreciate seeing is when I went to the middle school during the AVID programs, they were all teaching students how to write proper letters, and their topic was on thanking a teacher and ensuring they understood how you write a letter, how you get your point across, and ensuring their thoughts were captured on their letters. So really appreciated seeing that. The other thing I'd mention is I did get a chance to talk to many of the cafeteria workers that are implementing new menus. At least one school was Gravelly Hill that was spotlighting students that were making recommendations for a meal, and they would highlight that student. And it's wonderful to see the students participating in that as well. Very appropriate for Special Education Day. Attended the Adaptive Playground opening out at A.L. Standback. It's a wonderful addition. Took a little bit of time to get, but really appreciate it. It's available, and looking forward for us engaging in more of those. The school board's annual conference, I think one of the really good sessions that many of us attended was the design build, and definitely looking forward to having more discussions around that and, what that would look like here. Also attended the parade, and as Minnie said, it was so wonderful seeing the teachers, the staff, the students celebrating Orange County schools and our community engagement. And I did learn that Santa drives a bus, and we are always looking for bus drivers. So if you know someone that's interested, please contact us, because we'd love to have them as part of the Orange County Schools family. Thank you.
Ms. Hauser?
Yeah, thank you. I'll keep this short. And I just wanted to start with a big thank you to the Orange County voters who overwhelmingly supported the school bond. You opened the door to an unprecedented investment in our school facilities. We know it was a big leap of faith because our facilities plans are still being finalized, and please know that we will honor the trust you have placed in us, and whether you voted for the bond or not, we ask that you please engage in the planning conversations that are be upcoming over the next months. So thank you for that. That is a huge deal for us. Second, I did want to thank the community by welcoming the district in the holiday parade last night. It was the first time that I recall that the district actually had its own entry in the parade. And from what I can tell, people were really happy to see us. Special thanks to Mariah Morris and Amber Wilson for organizing, and J.R. Albert for driving the bus. I'm convinced that Santa's naughty and nice list is coming from school buses now. And just, there's a lot of things I could talk about, but I just want to send this is our last meeting before the holidays, so just my wishes to our students and families, our teachers, staff, and our community, and our board for a wonderful holiday season. Thank you.
Mr. Richmond?
Yep, mine will be even shorter. I just want to say happy holidays to all our Orange County citizens, all of our Orange County schools, staff, and all of our families and children.
Well, I've visited several schools and done several things that have already been mentioned up here tonight, but I have to say that the most impressive and the most fun that I had visiting was when we opened the adaptive playground at A.L. Standback last Monday for our students with disabilities. It was absolutely amazing to watch the smiles on those faces and see them on the equipment that they had been watching being put in place and building for several years, it seems like. But they were a happy group of kids, a happy group of teachers, and I just want to thank everybody with our operations and maintenance department that helped get that done. The teachers, Ms. Burns was there. She and Ms. Banks were already going through lesson plans that could be developed around all of the equipment that is out there to help our students and motivate them, and just seeing the smiles and the happiness that one playground provided was absolutely amazing for this former educator to see. So thank you to everyone who has done that. I too will echo what everyone else has said, that we hope everyone has a nice holiday season, that you get some rest, that you spend time with those children and grandchildren that you have in Orange County schools, and just enjoy being together and families together and the things around the community that you can do. And so have a wonderful holiday season and a very safe holiday season. Dr. Jones, do you have any comments to add?
Yes, ma'am, I do. Good evening, Chair Purcell, Vice Chair Richmond, members of the board, students, staff, community members. When I first arrived in February, I started out on a listening and learning tour that included visiting every school, having meaningful conversations with teachers and staff, and learning how we support our students on a daily basis. While I haven't really reported out, listing out schools that I visit, just wanted to make sure everyone is aware that that type of engagement continues. I continue to be impressed also by the feedback that I receive from teachers, whether I'm talking with them one-on-one or we meet in our monthly Teacher of the Year roundtable. We talk about the types of support that are meaningful to our teachers, the professional development they need to be their best selves. As a district, our goal is to foster an environment where instructional practices are continuously strengthened. To be on this cycle of continuous improvement, we must embrace a culture of collaboration, feedback, and innovation. We must also recognize that the progress we see is often incremental. And so understanding that each step brings us a step forward toward the goal that we're trying to achieve as we're working together. As we push forward this work, we have to remember that this is hard work. And when it's done properly, it takes time, patience, and teamwork. I'm thankful for the members of my team, the district staff that support schools every day, and school staff that are working to make this vision a reality. I'm thankful to have a supportive board. I'm thankful for all of our community members that support our schools, and I wish everyone a happy holiday season. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we are down to our consent agenda. We have a motion to approve with the one change that we have already made to move our school assignment and transfers to discussion.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay. We will now move into that discussion item work session with our policy 4150, school assignment and transfers. Mr. Cowick, I think, is our speaker here.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you. We had a few last-minute changes to policy 4150, which Mr. McCune is passing out to you all now. You'll notice there's just, we've only given you the 3 pages that are impacted, which is page 6, page 7, and page 10. The reason it was pulled is because we needed to make sure that the policy was legally compliant in one aspect. So if you look at the bottom of page 6, which is the front page of the 3 pages that you have, in section 2, you'll see an underlined section there, all right, where it says that we need to change the sentence to say that hearings will be before an impartial hearing officer or board panel as determined by the parent or guardian, and it replaces the statement selected by the superintendent or designee. We needed that correction to make it compliant with North Carolina statutes, so we wanted to bring your attention to that. The second change is on the next page, the middle page of your 3-page packet. This is page 7 in section D2. You'll see that we just had to add a verb to the sentence there about the transfers, so there's no real substantive change. There we go. But we just needed to say that transfers are available in those situations. In addition, a correction, a couple of cleanup items. The version that was listed had footnotes. The footnotes will need to be deleted as they are from all policies. That was just an oversight on administration's part. And finally, 2, we are also deleting the cross-references because as we're working through these policies, some of these policies are there, some are not. So this is not inconsistent with prior practice regarding cross-references. And so we hope, we'll certainly be happy to entertain any questions about these minor changes, as this is in concert with 4120 as well, for the waiver of second read, which is before the board.
Ms. Smiley?
Thank you. Yes, so I just want to understand this change a little bit more. Is there a definition of what a hearing officer is in this policy or somewhere else?
So in the statute, it just says an impartial hearing officer, which can be designated, and it's a choice, or it can be to a board panel.
Okay, and so the as determined by a parent or guardian, they're not selecting members of a panel. They are making the decision about whether to have a single hearing officer or a board panel.
Correct.
And they're not defining what hearing officer is.
Correct.
We would define that.
Yes.
Okay, because that's not clear, I guess I'm wondering if we should make that a little bit clearer. Hearings will be before an impartial hearing officer or board panel, period. The parent or guardian is the individual who make the, I mean, I don't know, something like that, like saying that those are the 2 things and that choice between those two things would be made by the parent or guardian.
Yeah, that they could choose one of those options, something that specifically says it's the option, not picking the board members or the hearing officer itself.
Yeah, the as determined by just makes it
Yeah,
a little
agree.
fuzzy to me.
If it helps on that point, the language in the statute is if both are designated, an applicant or a parent guardian must select the entity to hold the hearing. So if you wanted to split it into 2 sentences, you could say something like, well, I guess you are saying that a hearing officer and board panel would both be options. So you could say the parent or parent/guardian, if, I guess that would just say the parent/guardian will select whether the hearing will be held before a hearing officer or board panel. It's a bit wordy, but perhaps clearer.
Can I add one more? I appreciate the comments, and I'm fine with the suggestion. I just am curious, where it says selected by the superintendent or designee, does that need to stay for who selects the hearing officer, if that option is picked, or is that not what that little clause there, does that refer to the hearing officer selection? And if so, does that need to just stay, but move closer to it?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure, I think the selected by the superintendent is language that staff had added originally. And so the main purpose of this revision is to be clear that we're not talking about an administrative panel of staff. It would be either a panel of 2 or more board members or a hearing officer. You currently have a hearing officer, and you can continue using the hearing officer.
Okay.
This under this change, it would give you the option of instead having a board panel, and the parent or guardian would choose whether to have the board panel hearing or the hearing officer.
Okay. Any other questions?
Sorry, I have a simpler way. The superintendent or designee will notify the applicant of the time, place, and date and place. The parent or guardian will determine whether they're hearing, will choose whether to have a hearing in front of an impartial hearing officer or board panel.
Yep.
Or something like that.
Yep.
Okay, sounds good. Anyone else? Question, Mr. Astor?
I just want to thank the staff and everyone that's helped with this. The policy committee did spend a significant amount of time, as you, Ms. Padilla knows, talking through these on trying to simplify this and make it easier for our district. So thank you all for all your work you've done on these.
Thank you very much.
We need a motion to
approve.
Need a motion to approve, and if I may, I'll just read back the language that Ms. Smiley, I think, helpfully suggested there. I think that's a good fix. So the tweak on that one sentence we were talking about would be, the parent or guardian will choose whether the hearing will be before an impartial hearing officer or board panel.
Motion to approve with the proposed language change?
Friendly request for the motion to be waiving of second reading as well.
Okay. We have a motion before us to accept the changes as stated by Mr. Ramey, and then to waive a second reading on this policy.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you all very much, and thank you, Mr. Cowick and Mr. Ramey, for your help with that. Okay, we are down to our school spot reassignment. Good evening, Ms. Tolan, how are you?
Good evening. Good evening, board members, Chair Purcell, and, pardon? Oh, I thought you could hear me, my loud voice. Good evening, board members, Chair Purcell, and Superintendent Jones. This evening, we're asking you to revisit 2 approvals the board made in the summer of 2022 in regards to school spot reassignment. First, we are confirming there is no spot reassignment recommendation for the 25-26 school year. In June and also in August of 2022, the board approved spot reassignments of new students in the Havenstone neighborhood to attend Cedar Ridge High School and Central Elementary. Students that were currently attending Orange High School and Evelyn Cheeks Elementary were allowed to continue attending those schools with transportation services through June of 2023. Bus service was indicated to end for the 23-24 school year, but because of internal communication failures, it did not end. We have added the bus service for Central Elementary, but we continue to provide transportation to Evelyn Cheeks and Orange High School. And we currently have no students riding the bus from the Havenstone neighborhood to Central Elementary, to Cedar Ridge High School, but it would be available if requested. Tonight, the administration is asking the board to reaffirm its previous decisions and proposes to discontinue transportation services for students to Evelyn Cheeks and Orange High School from the Havenstone neighborhood, beginning with the 25-26 school year. We will send certified notifications to those families and also follow up again in March to make sure that they're aware of the bus service discontinuation. Thank you for considering this request, and at this time, I turn it over to you for discussion and/or action.
Question?
So just some clarity, are you requesting we do this because it was a prior action of the board? Or is this a request because we should do it? Because I think originally this was done because there were capacity issues at Orange, and Cedar Ridge had the J-wing open and there was a lot more capacity there. And so I guess what I'm trying to figure out is, does it make more sense for transportation to go to Orange instead of all the way to Cedar Ridge because there's no capacity issue now? Or y'all are just trying to fulfill an original board item? I'm just trying to understand what's bringing this about.
The primary is bus efficiency, and that we're transporting students, we're continuing to transport students to Evelyn Cheeks Elementary in addition to Central Elementary. And because of the time lapse between when it was supposed to be implemented and our determination to increase bus efficiency, we wanted to bring it to your attention and have you reaffirm.
Let me ask differently.
I'm with you all the way. I'm
confused. So it seems like Cedar Ridge is much more inefficient from that neighborhood than it would be Orange High, I guess is my question. I don't know that. I mean, y'all are managing the bus routes. So I know that at the time, the board did it because of capacity reasons, not because that's what we felt and that's what the recommendation was. And I definitely, want to hear the recommendation, but I guess I'll just say, I don't feel like the Cedar Ridge, the students and families on this neighborhood have to go to Cedar Ridge unless y'all are telling me that that is the most efficient route for them. That's, I guess, what I'm trying to understand. Go ahead.
Can I just to add to that, we're wondering if you looked at the reverse, in fact, discontinuing the districting to Central and Cedar Ridge for no other reason than it's a much longer bus ride. But even on the redistricting map, it always was a little strange to see those spots going to schools out of the district. So did we consider keeping those kids in their originally districted schools?
Tonight, we were bringing this to you as an inefficiency, inaction that was supposed to take place that did not. as the board, you have, we will throw it back to you to what your wishes are. If you choose to discontinue that, it is a spot redistrict, right? So it is a spot within a larger area that has been districted to another area.
I guess my question still is it less efficient to go to Cedar Ridge than Orange?
Can I?
So
And
I just
Central.
I just
Yes,
mapped
all
it.
of them, but that's the first one listed. I'm just trying to keep it to asking the first, but anyway.
Ms. Smiley?
Yeah, I just wanted to add that I mapped it for the high schools, and it's like a 2-minute difference, because you can get on board, I think.
It's what?
Oh, no, you don't get on board. Well, I don't know, but it's a 2-minute difference for the high school. So it's like 15 minutes to Orange High School and 17 minutes to Cedar Ridge.
Let me clarify my question. If there are currently no buses going to Cedar Ridge, but the buses are going to Orange,
Yeah.
does this make sense if you've got a bus in that area that can pick up that neighborhood and come back? That's why I'm asking, not necessarily just the time, but
Yeah.
the limited number of buses that would have to travel over to this area. Because originally, when we looked at the map, there wasn't any buses.
Right, and it's like a spot reassignment. So if Orange High School now has space for students, if none of the students are actually going to Cedar Ridge and they actually are just going to Orange High School and if there is capacity at Orange High School, then I think that's a worthwhile question. I was just saying, I think like literally the efficiency of which school can you get to faster, it's like not really,
Yeah.
it's like a wash.
Mine was really bus, not time.
Yeah. On Central, I think, Central versus F1 Cheeks, it will make a big difference.
So there are currently students in the neighborhood who are going to Cedar Ridge but are not using transportation. There are only 2 students who are going to Orange High School, and those are upper grade, so that's, they're currently seniors, so they won't be, after this year, impacting the bus going to Orange. So if you want to, what we're asking you to do is to stop duplication of bus services in that area.
I think we understand that. We're only asking, should we be stopping the bus service? Should we go back to the original districting rather than continue the spot districting and go back to, and just put the neighborhood back in the Orange High School and the F1 Cheeks district?
So we will, this spring, be talking about redistricting, or any options that we have for redistricting. You could choose to push that decision to them, but then it wouldn't be effective until the 26-27 school year. If you want to make a change for the 25-26 school year, we would need to go ahead and make that determination soon, so that we would give them, because I think by policy it has to be January 1, they need to know if there's any changes. So if you're talking about moving students from who were now currently assigned to Cedar Ridge and Central and allowing them to return to Eflin, Cheeks, and Orange, they would need to know by January 1.
So,
But you're saying that the 2 students that this affects at Cedar Ridge are senior, or at Orange are seniors?
At Orange.
At Orange.
So those students who were allowed to continue, so middle school's not impacted, it was just a high school. And there are 2 high school students who are riding the bus who will no longer need that service after this year, which we would
Which would follow the
kind of
policy.
moots the point, right?
Yeah.
And then there are 10 students who are riding the bus currently to Eflin Cheeks.
And so that would end in 25, 26. Okay.
and would the students that are going to F1 Cheeks be able to remain at F1 Cheeks? So they remain at the school, they just would lose services. And we'd be providing services to Central?
Correct.
And how many students are using those?
I believe it's at least 15.
Okay, so that's really split.
Can I?
Yes, Ms. Molly.
I mean, I'll just say I approve this recommendation. I do think like looking at that spot redistricting as we are looking at all of the redistricting makes sense to me, but given what you've explained, I support this recommendation. And I'll just note that it's, we would be making this shift of transitioning away from transportation to Eflin Cheeks like 3 years after we were initially supposed to. So, I mean, it's a lot of lead time.
Okay.
I move to approve the recommendation if I'm not interrupting you.
No, ma'am, go right ahead. You approve to,
So just one clarity. So we will revisit this with more data on what makes sense, because essentially we're not tonight shutting anybody's services down. Is that
Correct.
correct? Okay,
For the rest of the year.
all right.
And we will bring you that data as part of the holistic picture. I hear that you're requesting that.
So just for next year, will anybody be losing transportation services? Well,
Yes.
the Eflin Cheeks students will be losing transportation
Cheeks students.
services. That troubles me. That troubles me.
I mean, I'll just say, I mean, maybe kids can carpool. I mean, I don't know, like, there might be some, like, it is a real loss for a family to not be able to continue that. It is also true that as a district, like, the state measures our efficiency of our transportation, and our funding varies depending on that. And so I think the attention to efficiency across the system is really important as well. So, this is something we committed to several years ago, and I support following through with it at this point.
okay, we have on the floor a motion to approve this change as so stated and explained. Do we have a second for this? I mean, do what? Carrie made the motion to do it.
Okay.
So,
I'll second it.
okay, do we have a second? We have a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay.
Opposed?
Oh, okay,
Opposed.
opposed, one opposal. And so the motion passes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have a letter that has been written to our legislative representatives and to Senator Greg Meyer and Congresswoman Valerie Foushee, that explains the fact that inflation has steadily impacted our teachers and, in fact, the whole state of North Carolina over the past few years. And the General Assembly last year did not make any modifications to the provisions of the education budget that was passed in the 2023 biennium budget. The outcome of this decision means that most teachers across our state will have a reduction in their pay when accounting for inflation. And so we have stated on behalf of the Orange County Board of Education, we implore you to pass a modified education budget with at least a 5% across the board pay increase for certified, non-certified staff. And they have received this request from other boards of education as well, and Orange County is being a part of what we all are requesting. So this has a spot for every board member to sign, and we will send it, a copy of each, to those 4 people that, or 5 people that 4 people that I talked about. And hopefully it will have an impact for our teachers in Orange County. So do I have a motion that we pass action on this? And do I have a second?
Second?
All right, all in favor? Aye. Aye. So we will be signing this and getting copies to all of our elected officials and on behalf of our teachers. So thank you all for doing this. And Mr. McCoon, we will sign this after the meeting and give it to you. Okay. All right, we now move into our work session with our 2024 Safe Routes to School Plan from our Orange County Schools Transportation Department.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jones. Thank you very much, Board of Education Board. Thank you very much, your school staff and administration for this opportunity to present to you the Orange County Safe Routes School Plan. I'm going to give you a brief background on the plan, go over the scope of work that was approved by your superintendent, Dr. Merrill, at that time and reinforced by Dr. Jones. Give you a quick update on the analysis that was done. Give you information about the public engagement process that we went through the process. I'm going to focus on some of the recommendations. I'm not going to get into the weeds about all the schools and everything like that, but then give you an update on what the conclusion of the process was. The original Orange County Safe Routes School Plan started back in 2014. This school plan only adopted 3 areas of the schools: Orange High, Cedar Ridge, and one more area where I think was now Central Park Elementary. So those 3 areas were done back in 2014. Those schools were done for the Safe Routes School Plan, and we decided to update that because it's been 10 years, and this plan has never been updated before. This new 2024 Safe Routes School Plan was a little bit more ambitious. We ended up addressing all 13 Orange County public schools this time. Because it was such a heavy lift, we decided to get the help of consulting firm WSP to help us with the analysis and recommendation part of the process. Before doing all that, we decided to put together a scope of work that involved what would be the process, what would be the work that was done, what would be the engagement piece, what would be the final deliverable, and present this to your Dr. Miller at the time, Dr. Jones, and getting your feedback, and also the Orange County Outboard recommendation, the advisory board, to see what is the best process. And this was going to be a year-long process starting back in January and concluding now. Before we did the public engagement, we decided to do an actual investigation of each of the schools, and really appreciate your staff for giving us the input on all the schools and when is the best time for the field to be out there on the field. And please, before I go further, the correction is the focus was around this 2-mile radius around the schools, not the school property itself, but the effect and the impact that's been having around the school, the 2-mile radius around it. So our WSP consultant went to each of the schools during the peak hour morning pickup, morning drop-off and afternoon pickup to see how was the pedestrian, biking traffic, and the vehicular traffic, and what was the issues going on in each of the 13 schools. And there was in the document, you'll see an existing condition analysis and a table for each of the schools. Since COVID, over the past 10 years, traffic associated with these schools has gotten a lot worse. The traffic is now on major state roads, US 70, Orange Grove Road, NC 86. So the traffic is now on major roads. It's causing safety issues and concerns for people that are walking and biking to the schools, especially with areas that have no biking, walking access. And as you can see in some of these pictures, people passing cars, or people parked on the side of the road in some of these areas, while kids and parents are walking and biking around these areas. We also decided to do a public engagement. Part of this process was a stakeholder meeting back in March when we started this process. There was some engagement done into that through a survey, but we really appreciate all your school and your school staff. When the school was over, when the academic year was over, during the summer, in July, we decided to do a big public meeting and got all your teachers, your principals and vice principals, and your staff together into one virtual meeting to talk about the engagement, the results that came out of the existing conditions report and some of the recommendations. And it was very informative information. Learning that some of the areas that people were walking, how dangerous it was, and some areas where kids are not, and it's okay, and the issues that were associated with it, because we know this area is going to grow. More and more people are going to be coming, more and more demand is going to be placed on schools, as well as the transportation network. So you'll also find in your document key recommendations that came out of the problems and issues that were identified, and what were some of the recommendations to address some of those growing issues. And there's 2 sets of recommendations. One is the infrastructure piece, the recommended bike lanes, sidewalks, greenways, and some of the administrative stuff that we can do with DOT and other agencies, like school zones, reducing speeds, crosswalks, midwalks, and addressing some of the traffic issues around it. There's also another component of that for engaging in strategies to keep this a living document, to keep more people engaged through doing different incentive programs, like promoting the use of school buses, doing education safety programs, bike walk incentives, and walking school buses. A walking school bus is a group of students walking together with the parents or teacher, and that walk itself is the bus. Here's an example of some of the recommendations that came out of it. This is the AL Standback area, and if you look a little further south of this area is the New Hope Elementary School. So there's 2 schools on one major road. And as you can see, this is NC 86 that connects Hillsborough to Chapel Hill, so a lot of traffic issues. And a lot of recommendations came out on how to address some of that as that area grows and develops, what to do in ensuring that kids and parents and people can walk and bike safely to these schools. This is a living document, as I mentioned earlier. There's lots of ways of funding and programming and implementing this plan that's going to be going forward, using federal funds to say highway safety improvement programs, service station block grants, the Safe Streets for All, and other programs, including the bond that was passed, is using school district funds to help promote some of this stuff. As well as working with DOT and other agencies to do spot administrative improvements like I mentioned earlier, intersection improvements, crosswalks, and things like that, that we can work administratively with DOT. This is a living document. This plan was updated 10 years from the original plan. Hopefully this year going forward, after this adoption, to update it a little bit more frequently, like every 4 years or every 5 years, to be updated to keep it more monitoring and living as we go through. It is incorporated into the new transportation multimodal plan that shows where all the road improvements are going to be done, to incorporate into those recommendations and projects as we get more state funding in the future. Creating a Safe Ride to School champion, establishing a steering committee for this program to keep some of these improvements going, and continuing to do public engagement, finding ways and more ways to do funding, and evaluating this program every few years as we continue updating it. So we're not having to wait another 10 years to update. It's a little bit more up to date, current. Over the past few months, there's been a lot of action that's been done through this since we're at the end of the conclusion of the process. In September, our Unified Transportation Board recommended some of the improvements to this document, like encouraging each of this, and putting emphasis and narrative into this document to encourage schools to work with state DOT to do a municipal school transportation assistance program, to do a study. You've probably seen some of the school zone being expanded on Orange Grove Road. That's one of the results that came out of a previous study that was done. That every recommendation in this is a high priority. Some of them were originally low and medium, but anything that came out of it, they recommended all of them be considered high important priorities. This document has been endorsed by the regional agencies like Central Pine Regional Planning Organizations, the 2 metropolitan planning organizations that Orange County is part of. Orange County Board of County Commissioners has also adopted this past month. Hillsborough, I think, is adopting it right now, tonight, at the same meeting we're having this, and looking for your support. And this is the previous slide. So I'm happy to answer any questions, concerns you may have on this document, and hopefully getting your support in the future. Again, thank you, Dr. Jones, for helping this opportunity. Thank you, your staff and administration, for doing this work, and really appreciate the board and for helping get this thing done in coordination together.
Ms. Molly?
Yes, thank you. And it is great to have this level of detailed documentation about all of the challenges and some ranking of priority among them. And I can see how helpful it would be for the principals too. So that's fabulous. A couple of questions I had about it, and maybe this comes next, I'm not sure, but I guess I was hoping for like an overall prioritization of projects. So for example, like for Cedar Ridge and River Park, there are both high-level recommendations to add sidewalks along certain routes. And one of them is the bridge over 40 for the high school, where I am very concerned someone is going to get hit.
Someone has gotten hit.
Someone has gotten hit. And the other one is like side streets in the neighborhood around River Park that definitely cars are going by, but the speed limit's 20 or 25 miles an hour or whatever. So it's just a whole different level, but they're both kind of rated high for that school. And so do we have sort of like a prioritized list of the prioritized list? And if not, like how do we get there?
Yes, because this is a transportation project, a transportation plan, we incorporated all the recommendations and all the infrastructure improvements into what is called the Transportation Multimodal Plan. WSP was also the consultant that helped us do this, and they created a unique prioritization process. This prioritization process, we have like 200 bike ped projects, 54 highway projects, like 80-some transit projects. So we lumped them all together and created a unique prioritization, how to organize them, what are more important than others, which ones can we pursue and which ones can't, through that unique prioritization process. And one of the prioritization elements that determine how they were scored and how to make it a priority is access to schools. It was like a 22% of a score of if you can get access to schools within a mile, quarter mile of a school, it would rank as priority. Or access to residential neighborhoods and community, things like that. So not to go into detail about that prioritization process, but that prioritization process was very unique. It produced a great result of taking all of these projects as well as those and organizing that whole 400 some project list into which one's priority more important than the others. And the unique thing that came out of it was Orange Grove Road was ranked #1.
Good. I think like.
And we had some projects removed and rescored, and it still ended up being ranked #1.
Yeah, yeah. That's good. Yeah, I wonder if there's more than we should be doing. As we think about like pursuing additional funding for some of these projects, I wonder if there's even more we should be sort of doing on our end.
And adoption would go a long way.
Yeah, yeah. But this is great information. Yeah.
Yes.
Mr. Trivedi, thank you, first of all, for being here tonight. Really happy to see this. Can you just clarify, I thought when we had spoke, I thought the Cedar Ridge project was moving forward.
We were able to move forward small steps. I mean, we were able to get WSP to go out there and actually do a surveying. The surveying work is out there. You've probably seen survey crews out there with their survey tools to survey the field. That survey is a prerequisite work that's necessary for me to go and pursue a design engineering work for that future sidewalk. So we're trying to coordinate with DOT because they're going to try to modernize that road, add turn lanes. So hopefully we get a sidewalk through that process. So we're trying to find as many ways to get that work done because we have a lot of kids still walking in that area. So hopefully when the survey is done in a couple months, I'll be able to continue with the design engineering for that sidewalk, then eventually find ways to actually, after we get a detailed cost and what it's going to cost, because it's going to include a pedestrian bridge over 40, as well as something to do with the 85 under the bridge and stuff like that, environmental stuff. So when we get a cost, we'll worry about how to pursue the construction of that project. So there's steps, three or four steps we're moving forward.
Working on it, is there a sense that it's years away, decades away? I mean.
I can't give you a great direct answer right now until I get the design engineering done, until I get a seal signed drawings to see how we can pursue the construction of a project like that, or what DOT decides to pitch in.
Okay, can I get one more?
Yeah.
One of the questions, we're a rural school district, so it makes us really different than others, especially when we're talking about bike ped kind of things. For our schools that are in the town of Hillsborough does sidewalks.
Yes.
Most of our schools are not in the town of Hillsborough, even though some, like Eflin, have housing density around them. So
Yes.
who does that? There's no town.
No, state fund, let me correct that. State law prevents state funds from being used for bike ped projects. So it's local funds and federal funds. So we had to pursue federal projects and federal grants to pursue those kind of projects or use other means to do some of those implementations like that. I mean, those areas with the town of Hillsborough state law allows towns to maintain some of their own streets. Those town-maintained streets, town has a lot more authority and ability to do that. County, state law prohibits counties from owning any roads or maintaining any roads or anything like that. So
Sidewalks.
it's local funds and pursuing federal funds and going through that. I mean, there's been several efforts by the state legislature to change that law, but we'll see what happens with the new assembly.
Thank you.
Mr. Atherton?
So I do know that these projects have been on the books for a long time, and I appreciate the detail because that's what I found out early on was the county could want to build it as much as they want. The DOT has to decide when it's going to build it, and that was the net. And to your point, the town does have the flexibility to set the priorities and determine which sidewalks get done. And I even asked the question at the time to the DOT about this, and they said, well, yeah, you can build it, but you own it and own all the responsibility. And they just went on, and it's our easement. And so it was clear that we could not just do it.
Yeah.
But I do want to point out one of the other things that's important at Cedar Ridge beyond the sidewalk is we do have a lot of students from Cedar Ridge that go across the street to Grady Brown.
Yes.
And that's a big concern because there's not great visibility going, both ways depending on when you're crossing. And, having some kind of crosswalk in there as well would definitely help with the safety of our students going back and forth across that.
It's scary driving down Orange Grove Road and seeing high schoolers walking their younger siblings that are also going right across the school, and it's,
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for bringing this, and I really appreciate all the details in it. And like everyone here, I hope we can get this moving, especially for Cedar Ridge.
Thank you.
I would just like to add that it's nice to see this back up again. I was working in the district when this was brought with Orange High School and at that time Stanford Middle School, and what could be done over there. And we talked about a lot of things, but nothing ever happened. So it's nice to see this come back up for all of our schools, and hopefully get some sidewalks, crosswalks, everything built in here that's going to provide safety for our kids.
Absolutely.
So thank you for all that you have done to get this up and moving again. And the answer to Ms. Hauser's questions is, yes, sometimes it does take decades to, because it's been a decade, I think, since this was talked about with those two schools over there. But yeah, we're very happy. I'm very happy to see this back up.
And just to thank you for one more, sorry for taking up a little time, but I want to give you another thank you for all y'all's help and everything like that. Orange County in January approved a youth delegate on our advisory board, and we want to thank you for providing and supporting that youth delegate. We have a senior on our delegate board, so we thank you for greatly appreciate that opportunity. So hopefully we'll be getting some more going in the future.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay. All right, we have our environmental health and safety update for the fall indoor air quality, I think is up next.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Jones, school staff, and members of the community. I'm William Perry, Director of Environmental Health and Safety for Orange County Schools. With me, I have Mr. Jeremy Bentley with First Call Cleaning and Registration Services, who performed our sampling and sent the test off for our air quality testing. What is indoor air quality? Next slide, please. There you go. Thank you. Indoor air quality is testing the process and measuring and analyzing air in a building to identify any presence of harmful substances. Our goal is to ensure a clean, healthy, safe environment for all building occupants. IAQ tests measure air impurities such as allergens, mold, and others. These tests show whether the quality of your indoor air meets the standards of the Environmental Protection Agency and also OSHA. Next slide, please. We can help identify the pollutants, which is particulate matter, which is water droplets or other particles, which could be high humidity, and right now leaf mold is off the chart. It starts about the end of September and runs through all winter. When the leaves fall off the trees, they have to decay, and mold is what helps them do that. That's why we have such high readings right now. Outside, inside our buildings, we are in really good shape at the moment. Volatile organic compounds such as formaldehyde, benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylenes are all found in air fresheners, whether they're plug-ins or just sitting on the counter or wax melters or whatever. And these are also cause allergens and respiratory issues. Combustion pollutants are carbon monoxide, which can be harmful to human health depending on the concentration. We have in every boiler room in our schools carbon monoxide detectors that are run off electricity, and they have battery backup. The batteries are changed every 6 months. When we change the clocks, we change the batteries, and we have a spreadsheet where we can document everything that we do. Mold. There's hundreds and hundreds of species of molds. We have to have a certain amount of mold to live. If we didn't have it, we would never survive. The good part is most of what we have around here are in our schools is the good mold. It's the stuff you have to have. Mildew, we have some mildew in our schools. You have it in your house. It is a flat, white, grayish colored, powdery, fluffy substance. It's usually in a damp or wet area. And when we see this, what we try to do is find out the cause, remediate it, fix it, and move on. The exact number of the molds depends on our testing and the laboratory methods that are used. This is where Mr. Bentley comes in with the testing. Health agencies recommend addressing the visible mold regardless of the specific species. If we see it, we want to sample it, remediate the problem, find out what it is, and to make sure there's no harmful mold spores in our buildings. Other items we check for is asbestos monitoring. Every 6 months, we do a walkthrough with a third-party company to make sure that none of our asbestos that's in our schools is in a fibrous condition, that it's solid and intact. Every 3 years, we have to come in and do a complete inspection of our schools. We actually take samples of, as an example, the asbestos tile or the mastic that holds it to the floor, the glue. As long as it's not a fibrous state, we're okay with it. We are in the process now of starting to remediate and remove some of this asbestos tile and mastic in small projects, expensive for the school system. IEQ testing is important because it can help identify harmful pollutants before they can cause health problems and reduce energy costs by identifying related issues. The process typically includes an initial inspection, laboratory testing for contaminants, and recommendations for improvements. This past weekend, we were at a school Saturday and Sunday cleaning all the coils in the HVAC units. This right here is a major, major thing that has to happen, and we are starting to do this at all our schools. It's a 2-year program. Every 2 years, you go in and clean the coils. Unless you put in a new system, then after the first year, you have to go in and clean it. Then it'll go to the 2-year rotation. And by cleaning the coils, it helps the HVAC units run more efficient, use less electricity, and provide a cleaner environment going through the filters, so we have a healthier classroom air quality. We also perform monthly IQ track to see what our humidity and temperatures in every classroom is kept on a spreadsheet like this right here. We had one school, it spiked, and we couldn't figure out, okay, why is it spiking? It went from a normal range to up. We go to the school, we look around, we find the teachers are opening the windows. Well, our HVAC units are not designed to bring in outside air to make the inside air better. Once we educated the teachers on keeping the windows closed, we actually started improving our air quality. So that helped a lot, because when you open the windows, you bring in mold spores, you bring in humidity, the units have to work harder, the coils get dirtier quicker, the filters get dirtier quicker. So we eliminated that party. We do biannually testing through Mr. Bentley and his company, First Call, twice a year, our spring and fall. They do independent laboratory testing. They get the samples, they send the samples off to a third-party lab. That way there's no conflict of interest. The humidity ranges per the EPA is 40 to 60% in our schools, and we are maintaining levels between 47 and 58%. The higher levels occur due to open windows or HVAC adjustments. Sometimes we have our dehumidifiers that have to be adjusted to make sure we have a proper balance in our buildings. Normal temperatures per OSHA, Occupational Health and Safety Administration, is 68 to 76 degrees Fahrenheit, which we are maintaining at this time. I'm very proud to say, with the work of everybody in maintenance, third-party people, we have 100% of Orange County schools meet or exceed the air quality testing standards. We are maintaining good air quality through our service and preventative maintenance program by addressing the issues in a timely manner. Monthly vent and air return cleaning and air quality checks in every building at school. We have our custodians, they fill out a form every time they do it so we can hold them accountable to make sure we're doing the right thing. Every 90 days, we have a gentleman that goes around and changes all our filters to make sure we have a clean filter and it's doing what it's supposed to. Every 2 years, we clean our coils, or if the need arises before then, we'll go in and clean them to make sure they're working properly. Every 5 years, we'll go into our schools. We just did pathways last year, cleaned all the ductwork. Actually, it wasn't as bad as we were anticipating, but now it's clean. It's good for another 5 years. Remediation plans for roof leaks and other related water issues as they arise. If we see a water leak, we find out where it's coming from, what we have to do. Sometimes it's a gutter. We go in and clean the gutters, problem solved. Downspouts, we clean them, make sure we have proper drainage. If it's a roof leak, we find where the hole is and we patch it. So, do we have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for this. And so just a background question. You know, in the past, our reports were done by a different company, and it seems like we've switched how we're doing it. Can you just speak to that?
He retired.
Okay.
And First Call, the reason I chose First Call, they've worked with him.
Okay.
And they're hand in hand, and they knew kind of what he did and how he did it. And that's what made it simpler.
Okay. Okay. And then is Omega, is that the same, is that also the first, is that this, who is Omega, Omega Safety and Environmental?
They're the lab that does the testing.
Yeah, that's our third-party reviewer.
Okay. Okay. Third-party reviewer.
Yeah, that's a third-party reviewer.
Okay. I mean, for what it's worth, like, I found the previous reports easier to understand and more informative. And so I know this is the first time that we're working together on this. I think it would be helpful, like, to take a look back at that. There, in previous years, we've gotten like a detailed executive summary that shared some of the things that you shared verbally here, but it's in a written form that goes out in Assembly and the public can kind of see it and that kind of thing. And then it also, and I think this was a newer edition, it compared the previous results. It indicated repeat findings, those kinds of things, so that we could keep an idea on what problems were not actually getting solved over time. And it also, maybe I'm misunderstanding something, but in those reports, we were testing for mold or fungus, those kinds of things, twice a year in every school, doing readings in multiple spaces. Here, I just saw, I think, one school.
Right.
And then that report also had CO2 levels and carbon monoxide and carbon dioxide levels as well.
Okay. Do you drink soft drinks?
I do.
Do you exhale?
Yep.
You're putting carbon dioxide in your body, and every time you exhale, you're putting carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. Fire extinguisher is carbon dioxide. Carbon dioxide, unless you're in an encapsulated suit and it's nothing in there but carbon dioxide, then that's going to cause a health issue for you. Carbon monoxide in small amounts will cause severe health issues. And that's why we have the detectors in all our boiler rooms, to make sure we don't have that issue.
The carbon dioxide we had added because it indicated something about the level of ventilation and the amount of air that was sort of being recycled, like rebreathed by other people. And so as a strategy for helping keep people healthy, we were interested. And it actually, last time it did show some real differences in the schools. Some of them had much higher carbon dioxide levels.
And that's why we started cleaning the coils every 2 years.
Okay.
That's going to increase that greatly and make it a lot better.
Okay. I wish we would bring that measurement back. And then the mold readings, did we test for mold in all of the schools?
What we did, it took a long transition to go from Dr. Curcio to this company, and we were on kind of a time crunch, and that's why we didn't get everything. But with the air readings that the First Call got, and I can let Mr. Bentley explain that, did not warrant to go in and specifically check for every little mold there was, because with the humidity and temperature, it wouldn't support the growth of it.
Okay, I'll just say that I would prefer that we go back to testing for mold twice a year. I feel,
In the
with the
spring,
state of
we
things
will.
that happened in Alamance recently, where it was sort of, I would like to be able to have some measurement over time. And
As long as I'm here, you won't have that happen in Alamance, trust me.
I trust that. I know we have a great team, but I want to make sure that we're doing the sort of the repeated testing.
Not to budge in, we agree. Mold has 3 feeders: dark, damp, moist. And what Mr. Perry and his team is doing is testing the humidity, which is like a cup. And so the more water you pour in, once it overflows because of humidity, that is a key indicator of organic growth. And what the report does talk about are those ingredients to that organic growth. And so what we're doing with the carbon dioxide is bringing in more fresh air from those coral cleanings. But we will take into consideration the previous reports that you received last year and look how we can have some similar reports, hopefully in the spring, based on this information, to see how our indoor air quality is performing.
Thank you, that would be helpful. Yeah, there were a few schools where the humidity level was a bit on the high side and noted as sort of outside. It said the recommended level was 50 to 55, but I know now.
Yeah, some of our schools, the mechanical systems do not call for dehumidifiers in those schools. And of course, this is North Carolina. And given the high humidity levels, unfortunately, you are going to see some of those readings in our schools.
Yep.
Yeah.
Ms. Hauser?
Yeah, I just want to support Sarah's point, first of all, on the Orange Middle School report had different kinds of spores and molds, but as a layperson, I have no idea if it's natural stuff or bad stuff or whatever, and honestly, the public also, we're not experts in this, and there's good mold and bad mold.
That was a good mold.
Yeah.
What you seen in Orange County, it's okay. The levels were fine and it's a normal.
Couldn't tell from the report.
Right. So organic growth is what I like to use instead of mold because there's so many variants of mold. It's similar to the outdoors. And so oftentimes when you have allergies, that's due to excessive mold spores in the air. And so there's a number that you want to have for indoor spores versus outdoor spores. In many of our schools, the outdoor ratings are higher than the indoor. So we're working under Mr. Perry and our maintenance to move some of those barriers so you don't have those levels.
I understand in concept. The thing is, when you read the report never draws, so there's a presentation that we just received that's very general, but the report on Orange Middle School is not conclusive about what these findings suggest. So just looking for a statement that says these are, red, green, blue would be fine with me. Second, on this part, this report was overwhelming to me because of all the leaky roofs and things and all the gritty coils and stuff. And I realize you say we do this every week, but here it is, almost every school has problems with coils and other things. And actually with nothing, I didn't see anything about asbestos. I'd be interested in more on that, but.
A different company does the asbestos.
Okay, well, it would be, especially for our old schools, right? But for A.L. Standback on the first, says no air testing was performed due to the amount of damage caused by roof leaks. This is the report. So I don't know how to, and honestly, I have to be careful with this because you guys are working really hard and, it's just overwhelming. I just reading the report, I cannot imagine what it's like to be looking at this report and say, how are we going to prioritize this? So I appreciate just how, what's the plan? What's it look like to get all this done, and what does done look like, and what's realistic? We just don't know, because on our side, we're getting calls from people, I have headaches in the building, or this and that, and we don't know if it's because they drank too much or because there's really an issue in the building. So, so we just want to have a reasonable conversation with the public about our schools so that we can say, hey, here.
Thank you.
And we're in the process now. If we see a roof leak, we're getting it looked at and addressed, so it's not an issue.
But before you, I should say BP, before Perry, is that how, but before, we've gotten a lot of reports about assessments. We rarely get reports on the improvements. I mean, when I first came on the board, we got all the reports on the cleaning the ducts and the vents, and we never got a report saying it was done. So how do we, and not in general, saying like, school by school, project by project is kind of what just as.
So under my leadership, we're working on key performance indicators, and so we'll come back when the time is appropriate to bring you that information that you requested.
Okay, great.
Thank you.
Mr. Atherton?
So I also want to say, I do want to see carbon dioxide reports. And why I want to see it is during COVID, one of the very important things we learned that to improve the health of our faculty, our staff, and students is to get that airflow and the exchange. And that was a key indicator, not just COVID, it could be cold. We have walking pneumonia that was just released that is there. And this is something that would really help us understand, how our schools are doing with the carbon dioxide. I agree as well of the air quality testing, and the way that it used to be done, to my recollection, was whoever was testing would go in and talk to the principal and say, where would you like us to test, or you have a concern? And it may be, I want you to go into this closet, in this area, and they would go do that testing because it's a closet where they keep, equipment for outdoor play or something. And that's how it used to be done, and that way we ensured concerns within the school was being looked at to tell us, is there something or not? And I agree, on the points of it's hard to understand what we're taking action on. For example, when I saw partnerships, temperature was 79, and on the same day, New Hope was tested and it was 72, and then the recommendations don't mention anything about that. Do we have an air conditioning problem, or was it just something odd? So, and the other thing that I think as many were talking about, is when I saw some of the items on there, I was like, I think that's in the Wolford report, but I don't have it in front of me. But, it would be helpful to know, are these things that are already considered as well, or kind of like everybody else was saying, some kind of summary to help us understand, especially if it's something, I realize some of these we're addressing them now. We're going to do that. That would be great for us to know versus, hey, this is going to take a re-engineering and we need to relay it out. And we get that. And hey, that'll be part of our capital planning with the, bond we've got. But I just wanted to share those. Those would be very helpful to just understand, what the next steps are. And to Sarah's point, it's very helpful to know, what did we find the last time? And then, was this something that reoccurred or something we see an improvement on? But thank y'all so much for bringing the data to us so we can have this conversation about it.
Ms. Padilla?
Thank you for the report, and I know I'm new, but I like what they're pointing out, but I also want to say that we need to be patient. He just started, and we got a new team, and so we got to make sure that we work together and be patient. We can't get everything in one night, and so I just want to say thank you. And I will be patient, but I look forward to getting all the information, and maybe the coils, instead of every 2 years, maybe 6 months. So that would be helpful.
We will look into that, yes.
Okay.
Mr. Richmond?
Yeah, I just want to conclude, on a personal note, I appreciate all the work that you guys have done. I've learned something tonight. And, my wife this time of the year goes out and tries to buy the biggest candle that she can. And so now I can use this information and share with her and say, hey, my allergies are flared up because of these candles. So thank you.
Ms. Smiley?
Okay, a specific point I wanted to follow up on. So there were not a lot of references in the report there were a few to the, like the supply and the return. I don't know if they're called vents or registers. I think they might be called different things in the different versions. And in our last report, which had been a year before, there were 24 references to the vents. And all of the recommendations were like, these vents are not getting cleaned and we should clean them quarterly. Now, I think you said they're being cleaned once a month now.
Document that.
So that's fabulous, if even more than the last recommendation, if it's really happening, you know what I mean? Because that's the thing, is like, we were told time after time that it was happening. And then the report would come out and it'd say, at this school, though, it's not happening still, even though we've said something. So can you just describe to me, like, what's the oversight of that like? Does somebody actually go out there and like check a spot check or something? I mean, you can't check everything, but.
Yeah, we just got a new supervisor for the custodians. His name is Mr. Bobby Holland, and he actually goes out and double checks. If they're not doing it, then he makes them do it. So we do have a check and balance, and we have the documentation, and with everything else, I've created a spreadsheet for the coil cleaning, the duct cleaning, everything is documented, so we got solid evidence. And as far as the carbon dioxide, I'll let Mr. Bentley explain that one. When he tested.
Yes, so the testing, well, our testing was mostly microbial in nature. So carbon dioxide didn't have a bearing in spore counts and that sort of environment.
Yes, I realize that. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Dole? I just want to say thank you, and obviously we're a board that likes lots of detail, but I still would like to say that I still think Orange County Schools has some of the best facilities maintenance standards met. So thank you for all your work doing that.
I'd just like to add my 2 cents and say thank you for what you're doing. We appreciate it. I do agree with Sarah. I think the more detailed report we can get, the better. It helps us when we're answering questions from teachers, staff, or parents who call. So if we can help in any way doing that, the more details we get, the better. But thank you for all your work.
We'll be back in the spring, and hopefully we'll have a better report with all the information we gather here tonight.
We look forward to it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, exceptional children's programming updates from Ms. Stacy Barnes.
It's me again. Okay. All right, so you can go to the next slide. So thank you again for providing me a time to discuss updates from the Exceptional Children Pre-K department. I want to first start by highlighting our unwavering commitment to inclusion. Our department's work is firmly aligned with the 6 pillars of IDEA, which is the Individuals with Disabilities Act. And we are making sure that every student has access to an equitable and supportive learning environment. Additionally, we continuously working to foster strong partnerships with families and educators. These partnerships are vital as we strive to meet the unique needs of our students. And throughout our training and collaboration initiatives that we'll discuss further on in the presentation, we have established a strong foundation for data-driven instruction, individualized support, and inclusive practices that remains at the heart of our efforts, whether through preschool classroom walkthroughs or direct behavior instructional support at the school level. Next slide, yes. So our demographics, you can see we have a large range of needs here in the district. Next slide. The next 2 slides talk about gives you a breakdown of our population as a whole, and then this one breaks down our disabilities by IDEA categories. So we have a diverse population here in the district, and we want to ensure that our instructional practices and resources allocations meet the spectrum of disabilities represented in our schools. Our initiatives, such as monthly principal meetings in collaboration with curriculum instruction, enable us to develop school-specific EC tailored plans to address these unique demographics. Next slide. So here are our goals our department goals through June 2025, where we are strengthening the EC programming. So the first goal is focus on parent and community engagement. So we are committed to strengthening our partnerships with our parents and the broader community. Through our family engagement night that we had, we want to provide opportunities to build trust and collaboration partnerships that empowers parents with the knowledge and confidence to be active participants in their child's education. So to further enhance engagement, we plan to add short informational videos and resources to our website. These materials will provide accessible, practical guidance for our parents, reinforcing their role in the IEP process and overall involvement in their child's education. One of the things that I'm excited about is, I don't know if we want to call it the reboot or the start of the Special Needs Advisory Council, also called SNAC, in our district. So we want to make sure this council will be collaborative, where it will consist of parents, staff, and community members, focused on identifying and addressing key issues. To ensure we launch this initiative successfully, I'll be working closely with our Chief Public Information Officer. Our collaboration will raise awareness to recruit a diverse membership and create a clear line of communication with all stakeholders. So this may sound a little, ambitious, but I'm working on it. I have a plan drafted. The goal is to have our first meeting in April 2025. And so with that, in the meantime, in collaboration with our Chief Public Information Officer, we will prepare resources and outreach strategies to ensure that robust participation. So I'm excited about this initiative moving forward. So goal 2 is focusing on teacher training and support. And so enhancing teacher development is the cornerstone of our efforts. We have provided professional development opportunities focused on improving IEP development, data collection for progress monitoring. I want to highlight again our commitment to enhancing teacher training. A robust training program is fundamental for ensuring that every student with disabilities receives what they need, and they receive the individualized support to thrive. When teachers are confident, they make informed decisions that directly impact student outcomes. To address this, we are implementing a targeted professional development plan that uses a structured approach to teacher training. It will include a phased I do, we do, you do model, where teachers first observe best practices, then collaborate with coaches, and finally apply what they learned independently. So beginning January 2025, in collaboration with Human Resources, we will have monthly sessions that will build foundational skills with a focus on beginning teachers. That's years 1 through 3. For teachers who join mid-year, there will be an onboarding process to ensure that they gain the necessary skills quickly. Our goal is not only to build teacher capacity, but also to foster confidence in their ability to meet the needs of our students. This plan is aligned with both the district's equity and strategic plan. Goal 3 is school leadership and collaboration. Our work with school principals is integral to achieving sustainable improvements. Monthly principal meetings facilitate the development of EC-focused school plans tailored to the unique needs of their students. By aligning these plans with overall district goals, we are building a cohesive strategy that prioritizes equity and excellence for all students. Collaboration also includes fostering consistency across schools to ensure every child benefits from the same high standards and practices. These goals represent a robust roadmap towards strengthening our Exceptional Children's Program and achieving sustainable success. Questions?
Ms. Patia?
Thank you.
Yes.
I'd like for you to please clarify to our public that we do have, or clarify with me, just in case I'm speaking out of turn and I don't know the information, that we have people trained to restrain, that if necessary, students EC students. Is that something?
Absolutely, we
okay.
do.
Okay.
We have trainers that through CPI training that they actually have to, before you can restrain a child, you have to be certified in that. But there are also some de-escalation that is taught, and that's tried before a restraint. So that's the last resort. Also, one of the goals that will be that we're working on behind the scenes is actually developing school teams where there be training for school teams to have de-escalation techniques and to be able to intervene when to keep all students safe.
Great, thank you. I just believe that not all the public understands that. So that's why I wanted
Yes.
you to clarify that.
Yeah.
Thank you. And the last one, can you also clarify for the public that SROs are not involved in this process with EC students?
And restraining?
Yes.
No, they are there to help de-escalate as well, but not to be involved in the day-to-day restraining of, and let me just say this, that is a last resort to restrain. We don't have many restraints in the district at all, and the ones that I've seen so far are due to safety for the student.
Thank you. Oh, I forgot, and I promise, last one. I've been so quiet because I've had a bad headache. It's so hot in here.
Not mold.
The last one is, when it comes to EC families that do not speak English, and that could be any language, are we letting them know that we can translate all that information to them in their native tongue?
Yes, ECATS is built, so documents also in ECATS can be translated into their native language. So that's a plus there. But also we just had a conversation today about a family needing a language and having to work with the school on how to get that interpreter there at the meeting.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
But there has been training with teachers, and there's been training with the interpreters themselves on how to interpret effectively in an IEP meeting.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Dole? Thank you, Ms. Burns. I just wanted to thank you for your presentation, and I'm excited to see the goals, and in particular, the goal of April for the rebooted snack, which has been under conversation for like a number of years. I mean, this isn't a new conversation, so I'm excited to see that specific date elevated, which I know has a lot of intentionality behind the date, and not randomly selected. And I'm sure we will have bilingual goals around the committee.
Absolutely. So diverse is including all of that, making sure that everyone is represented there. So drafting the plan very carefully to make sure that everyone is represented, teachers, community members, whatever background you come from, making sure that there's someone there that you can relate to, and that can also, and I don't want anyone to feel like they can't participate, so we're going to work with the family liaison to make sure we have interpretation as well.
Great, thank you very much. Ms. Wallach?
Just want to affirm how important that point is. I've spoken with people who work in multiple external organizations who work with some Orange County Schools families whose first language is not English, who have said so many of the questions that they get from parents around education are around like navigating that process or feeling like their child might have a learning disability or like not knowing what to do. So I do think that attention to that is really like, I just want to +1 on that. The question that I have, the teacher training is also exciting. Is that focused on beginning EC teachers or all teachers?
So that question came up last week with TOPS. So that is EC beginning teachers, but working with principals as well for supporting gen ed teachers. So principals are reaching out to say they need this type of training. Hopefully, moving forward as we go through the individual school plans with principals, we can start to get more gen ed initiatives supporting, like what every gen ed teacher needs to know about EC. So this way, everyone sitting at the table, or whether you're in the classroom, understands what that student needs and how to implement.
Yeah, I do think there's just such opportunity there to continue to like bolster gen ed teachers' abilities in working with children who have an IEP or a 504.
And so my instructional program specialist is working with curriculum instruction as well, and she's been doing some work with co-teaching and also attending some of the meetings to try to, we don't want to see EC over here and gen ed over there. We want to make sure that when we sit at the table, everyone's getting what they need, whether that be the student or the staff.
Awesome. Just an idea to throw out there, which is there were a number of years ago, the district was encouraging teachers to like do an AIG add-on certificate. And so if there's anything like that for EC, like just for people who have an interest and want to like continue to develop their skills through external programs, I don't know what we can do to encourage that, but it seems like it would be valuable for everybody.
Definitely look into that. I could speak with HR about that. Yes.
I just first wanted to thank you for being here and being you, and watching you at the family engagement session was unbelievable to me. Just the trust and the confidence that you built with parents, including Spanish-speaking parents. It was really pretty wonderful to see your passion, your skill, your everything. Unstoppable, I think.
Thank you.
Really happy also to hear that you're moving SNAC along. We've been waiting a long time. I'm going to rob Mr. Davis's point about KPIs. One of the things that's been a challenge for us, and it's partly coming out of COVID, but we've been behind on our IEPs, and we've been not always delivering services on a timely manner. And I'm just curious if you have plans to help give us and just keep us current on how that's going, just some kind of indicators that that's happening, or so that's one thing. And the other thing I wanted to point out, we had a public question today about our AT schools and moving them out of the federal designation. I was just curious if you have any thoughts on that.
So the compliance piece of that is there are monthly compliance reports that will be going out to principals. They were going out before. Now I'm going to take that over myself. And so they'll be going out to principals, doing principal meetings. That's part of the agenda, to go over compliance, recognize any type of, red flags, if you will, and move things along. Also meeting with related service providers, psychologists, speech and language therapists, to keep an eye on testing. So when students go through the referral process, that we're moving through the 90-day timeline and they're being placed, or if not found eligible, that we're going through that process within the regulations.
Okay, it's just, there's historical, my data is a little bit old, but historically, there's been a problem with some cultures where they do not want to be involved with IEPs and get their kids labeled, and, are you have ideas or thoughts about breaking down, do those barriers still exist, and?
Not that I've encountered here so far. However, that's what the parent and family night was about, and that's what the videos are going to be about. Hopefully with getting SNAC up and running, we'll have more of an exposure with just, the parents and the school, schools coming together to kind of talk about some of that. And then as we train, our teachers in the effective communication, how do we talk parents through that whole process so it's not scary? So I have an open door policy. I've met with several parents.
Yeah.
They can meet with me and we could talk through that process as well.
You have me convinced. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Astrid?
Thank you so much. And, as Minnie mentioned, really appreciate your leadership and getting the first meeting together to engage in the parents. I'm very frustrated and really appreciate how those conversations happened, and really understanding, your perspective on how we engage with our families and community. I have a few questions. First, how are we working with our schools to be more inclusive in school events that may be different and creative? I did attend one of the schools where an autistic child had an actual lead solo part in a musical. It was amazing. You could tell the child was nervous and, but did a wonderful job. I've seen one other school that, had lights instead of them singing. And those are great things, but, how do we share those things to the rest of the schools and really look at how we be, inclusive? Like, how do we ensure that parents, the students, whether it's headphones, any overstimulation to help accommodate, have you started thinking about some of those kind of ways we can help
Yes.
engage differently?
So one piece of it is looking at all of the students who disability placement and making sure that there are opportunities for them to engage, whether it be in, so like example, like students on the extended content, are they engaging in their elective classes for that engagement with their non-disabled peers and making sure accommodations are there for the support them in that setting. Also, like the playground, right? There was many ideas for that. I couldn't stop talking about that. But there are many ideas to build inclusive playgrounds, right? Where we don't have to have a separate one, but it could be inclusive. And in having ways that gen ed peers can come in, and because students with disabilities are general education students first. And so making sure that we don't lose that. And so also finding ways, opportunities as talking with principals and visiting schools, how can we make this more inclusive? Where I came from before, we had students actually participating in sports. And so making sure that where there's potential, there's access. And so, and if it's not, what do we need to do to get them to that point?
Fantastic. Very excited about the snack. I know the superintendent does, I am. We do have a board liaison for that as well, and definitely would like to ensure the participation. This happens to be me. But I would love to be engaged in that and, just help in any way I can. Obviously, very passionate about it. One thing I did want to share that may not be known to others and maybe some of the board members is, at Pathways, I've seen in the self-contained classes some very subtle things that they do. For example, the first responders program they have, where they bring in first responders to sit and let the students see them, have conversations on it, not just once, but many times. And I think one of the important things is a lot of people assume that we're doing that just for the students. It's actually for the first responders as well.
Absolutely.
For them to understand that kids have different behaviors, they have different needs, and how can you engage them, especially if in an emergency.
Right.
And I've even seen them go a little further recently when I visited. During announcements, they would have their SRO go in with, kind of their safety gear and, bright yellow police, and they were just in the classroom.
Right.
And they had shared that, hey, just this week, I had one student come up to me and, pull my hand to come play. And the whole purpose is not for them to attempt to engage, but let the students. But I just, I think it's important for our community to know there are so many of these great programs that are going on, and that really appreciate you here and your guidance and leadership on, how do we take this to the next level?
Absolutely.
So thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
Okay. Thank you so much for your presentation. We look forward to all the great things that you've got planned.
Okay, thank you so much.
Mr. McCoon, we have the the second quarterly report on the Ombuds program. Do we need to extend our time?
I would say yes, because we only have 5 minutes.
Okay. Could I have a motion to extend time by 10 minutes, 15 minutes?
10 minutes tops.
Okay,
A motion to extend for 10 minutes?
all right.
Second.
All in favor? Aye. Okay,
Well, thank
floor
you.
is yours.
Coming back tonight to talk about my Ombuds quarterly report for Q2. So this is my first one coming back. So I do want to start with a level setting back to the 4 pillars to understand that those are the 4 areas that we need to make sure they're focused on. That's confidentiality, informality, independence, impartial, and informal. So this sort of sets the stage for everything that I do in the Ombuds office. This is the level set for everything. These are the same things I talk about with all visitors. And that's a term that I use to describe the people who come to see me. They are visitors when they come and see me. So these are I speak through with them. They have an understanding of what these are all part of. So I wanted to level set with that as a reminder for everyone to know. So tonight I'm going to focus on as much data as I can give and the reasonings behind it. So the first one really is going to be the uniform reporting categories. So in your abstract tonight is a very detailed report from the International Ombuds Association on how they came up with these 9 uniform reporting categories. What are these? These are how I code the visitor visits. And this is how I can bring that information back to you. This is directly from the International Ombuds Association, and it's used by my colleagues all over the world. So there's 9 individual areas that I will be using to code each and every visitor interaction, whether it's in person or whether it's virtual or over the phone. So this slide really kind of gives you like the background, the history of how the Ombuds Association got to those 9, and in your abstract is even more detail. So what are the 9? These are the 9 specific areas. I'm not going to read through each and every one of them, but as I'm having conversations with staff and I go through that information with them, that interaction is going to fall into one of these 9 categorical areas. And this is the kind of information I'm going to be bringing back to you about my interactions with staff. This is also what's going to be back to district leadership to help to follow policy, protocol, and elevate the trends, which is one of the areas that's of most important to the Ombuds office. So like I said, level setting. So here are the uniform reporting categories. These are the same set that my colleagues use all over, whether it's K-12, whether it's in medical, whether it's in university, these are those same 9. So based on what I'm able to bring to you, so the number of visitors that I have, I'm not able to bring the total number based on precedent with the best practices with the IOA. So maybe in the Q3, I will be able to bring the total. But what I can tell you is at least half of them have been classified and half of them have been certified. And by far, the uniform reporting category that by far is all of them is the peer and colleague relationships. That is the one that has risen up as the highest. The most consistent in the total number that I spoke with, and their conversations, interactions with me. A little bit about what that means. So these are questions and concerns or inquiries directly between peers. So that's the uniform reporting category that really has been the most out of all of the ones that I've seen so far, out of the 9. In wrapping this up, I want to mention a couple of things. So we're moving into semester 2. I'm going to be going back out in the schools as much more, continuing to raise awareness, because I do know that there are still plenty of places for me to continue to raise that awareness. I'm benchmarking currently right now K-12 institutions with websites about potentially bringing a website page for Ombuds and benchmarking against those ones, so hopefully that as well. I'm also working on a trifold brochure that can be handed out. It could be at schools. It could be anybody who wants to be able to have it digitally or in person. So I have that one as well. But really trying to continue to have that face time in the schools and helping people understand that the service and the opportunity is really there for them and coming to me to ask for questions and what I can be doing to support them. So that's really the continued effort from that as I work through this new opportunity and making sure that I'm there and out and having that face time in our school. So that's really the most important parts of where I'm at. So it's, as you can see, a very kind of brief report based on the total numbers that I'm getting. You're getting kind of a window into the classified versus certified and what the highest number is for the uniform reporting categories. Really the next steps is continuing that process. It's getting my face out there, continuing to have people understand what my role is and working on that promotional ones, whether that's second semester, more time in schools, the trifold brochure that I can have in schools, and benchmarking potential website. So with that, I will stop, and what questions may you have for me?
Ms. Dole?
Thank you, Mr. McCune. I just have to say, I really appreciate your presentation. I like knowing the codes. That's really interesting. And that helps, and I appreciate the context of the visits that you've shared. And I have a feeling, I can't speak for all board members, but I really assume all of us would be very happy to have your trifolds to pass out. And I'm not at all surprised that you've already come up with all kinds of ideas for enhanced communication. So thank you.
I can't take all the credit. I have been given good advice and feedback in the past, but I'm currently working on it. Hopefully I have it done soon.
Just want to echo the thanks, and yeah, excited that there's going to be some physical materials and stuff that you can put out there. Are you going to be, I see that underneath each of those categories, peer and colleague relationships, there are like subcategories, like this is about like bullying or respect or whatever. Like, are you going to be coding it to that level where we'll be able to have a bit of more of a sense of what kinds of issues with peers or colleagues or whatever?
I can, but obviously the most important thing is going to be confidentiality. But that's the reason why those are there. That's also going to come down to the total numbers and things that I get. The overall starting point, because this is all very new, is to code it appropriately within the 9, then subcategorize it depending on the numbers I have. I can do that, but it's going to take, just being fully transparent, it's going to take experience and continuing to do that, be able to ascertain the conversation with the visitor. Is it a peer relationship? But then is it this one? But then is it the next one? So it's going to come through with time and continuing acculturation and learning from myself as I continue to build relationships in and around the area. I'm very excited to be in a K-12 Ombuds group that meets monthly. And these are kind of things and great questions and feedback I can bring to my direct colleagues and say, well, how do you code it? Because in my foundations training, from my understanding, most of them coded on the 9. The subset categories are there for an understanding of the 9, so some of them may and some of them may not. So it's going to be part of my continued learning.
That's great. I'm really glad that you have a group of peers, like a peer learning community for yourself in this Ombuds work. That's fabulous. I will just, like, I do think ultimately, as we get more robust data, like understanding what it is about peer and colleague relationships or supervisory relationships or whatever, like understanding some more of that nuance, I think will be helpful once we've got the volume.
My understanding is that's the intentionality of why those subset categories are there, is to be able to give as much as you can without giving all of it.
Ms. Hauser?
Yeah, I really appreciate the way you've just like hit the ground running. Thank you. Are you finding that people are coming to you, that they understand what an ombudsman is, what the role is, and are happy about that? And the reason I'm asking is some people have come to me and they're looking for something more like an employee advocate, which is different. So I'm just curious how people are responding to this and if they understand how you can help and if they.
So there is a learning curve on it. We're still continuing what that's going to look like with staff. So yes, I get plenty that don't fully grasp it, which is why I have a standard discussion with them before we get started, because I got to be able to level set the understanding of why you're coming to me, because you're coming to me for a reason. You've reached out to me for a reason. I want to make sure you have a full understanding of what I can and cannot do for you. So yes, there's still a lot of opportunity for us to continue to grow that, but I take any interaction as an opportunity to help and support someone. So even if they come to me, well, I have no idea what you're doing, but I'm here to, I mean, that's still part of my role and job to teach them. So I take it all those opportunities, but yes, to answer your question, there are still a lot of staff who don't fully know, but that's also part of my job, is to help them understand.
Yeah, fantastic. Thank you.
Mr. Ashton?
Also echo, thank you. Definitely appreciate everything you're doing, especially, as mentioned, working with peers and others. Really appreciate seeing the report and evolving it as well. I would like to request we put this on the external website, especially for people that are new to the district or coming to the district, and specifying it's, specifically for staff. And I think it will help get the word out. And I agree, I would love to have some of the trifolds and help you. So thank you very much.
Noted, yes, sir.
I think you could make a poster of the big trifolds and put it in here one night so everybody could see it.
I could absolutely do that. I could put it in Assembly. I could put it everywhere.
People in the district can do that, and we could everybody could see it. I think that would be great. And I think the opportunity to see this on our webpage and anywhere else you can put it is absolutely great. thank you for what you're doing.
I do want to also say for any of the staff listening public, there is an internal webpage for it. You have to be a staff member to see it on the intranet. So I want to make sure that, I would be remiss if I didn't mention that as well. But the goal is, as I've heard, the feedback is also on the external website as well.
Nice.
Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
I just want to comment, thank you. Your energy is always so exciting, and we need that, so thank you.
You are most welcome. I'm glad to do it.
All right, thank you so much.
You're most welcome.
All right, we are at the end of our meeting. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second. All in favor? Aye. We are so adjourned. Thank you to all those who visited with us tonight, and I hope each of you has a wonderful Christmas holiday.